Welcome to the Friday edition of America's Day at the Races. We come live to you from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York, as we have some good racing coming up. Little bit of a slight breeze, but honestly, Mother Nature has been very kind to us as we still have some races on the grass as we reach the end of November. Acacia Clemana and Andy Serling. I got so excited about turf racing, I forgot my own name, Andy. But yeah, we're very thankful to have some good weather and some races on the grass throughout this weekend.
I agree. I'm happy to have this extra week of turf race you mentioned. Trying to run a couple of races each day as well. And looking forward to the weekend and the races as well.
We're going to get right into it with race 2 coming up. But first, we're going to take a little bit of a look at the 4th race, an early allowance feature, which will be a 1 1/8 on the main track. And taking a look at the field for the morning line, it will be interesting to see how things do play out because the 2 certified Lover Boy is the controlling speed on paper and will be ridden by Flavien Prat, who already won the opener and seems to take money on every horse that he's on.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's got the second choice up here, but it's part of a heavily favored double to go back-to-back, and we'll see what happens in this race, but Certified Loverboy is the controlling speed. He's a little bit unreliable. He's lost some races at short prices recently, but I think he is the one to be in the front end, but he's got a real foe in Bermudo as well as perhaps Emirates Road.
Speaking of Bermudo, we take a look at his win 2 back. He did win going a 1 1/8 back in June at Saratoga with a 94 buyer speed figure. Maybe he's not the most consistent type either, but he ran okay, finishing 4th last time, and will stretch back out, getting Ricardo Santana.
The 1 1/8 really hits him between the eyes. This was a flat mile where I'm sorry, 7 furlongs where he got the job done. But I remember Maggie had made the point to me when he won that race 4 races back at a 1 1/8 that she really thought he would appreciate the distance, and she couldn't have been more right. He ran a huge race that day. He ran well here also. Thought the other race might have been a little bit better in a 1 1/8. He is the main danger, I think, and that's why he's the favorite in the morning line.
He's 5-2. You mentioned Emirates Road, second off the layoff. Donegal Surges, second off the layoff. A little bit intriguing as to who might take a step forward in that 4th race.
Yeah, I think Emirates Road is more likely. Donegal Surges was so bad last time, it's hard to believe. I mean, imagine this is sort of one of those moments where a make or break race for him. If Donegal Surges doesn't run better, he's destined to be dropping in company.
Well, that is our featured 4th race allowance coming up. As here's what else is on tap for the show today. We have races 2 through 9 from Aqueduct. We'll be on FS2 in a few minutes, hopefully. We're fast and firm here in New York. We'll also be bringing you races 2 through 9 over at Laurel Park today as well. As we get ready to kick things off, don't forget that you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com. As we get ready for race 2, 2-year-old allowance here in New York, and Pinky Briar and St. Bridget's Cross will rematch, but it's Zuby who's taking most of the money, getting back to the main track.
Zuby's a horse that's only been entered on the turf, won an off the turf race in the slop, and I don't understand why this horse is currently favored. And what's interesting is that George Weaver has a horse inside of him that, or her, I should say, that easily beat the one Pinky Briar when they met, yet that horse is taking no money. Now, the board's got to change. I'm really surprised by the money for Zuby, but Zuby did run well on the turf last time, but I wonder if this is more of a turf horse.
It's a very fair question. Was entered for the turf first time out. It was off the turf. It was a wet track that day. She did win nicely. We'll see what she does coming back in just 12 days. Meeting the rest of the field, though, kicking things off with Flavien Prat's mount, the one Pinky Briar, first off the claim for Brad Cox.
Yeah, you got that Flavien Prat money off a big win against Lesser last time, but I can't get past the horse. Was easily beaten by the 4 2 races back.
There's Paradise, last out winner.
Horse that you know you're interested in the price. I don't see it, but it is a big price here.
3 is out. There's St. Bridget's Cross, 4-1.
I am dumbfounded. I have to imagine these odds are going to significantly drop as we get closer to price. I thought this was horse to beat.
Short price on Zuby.
Yeah, and I think they're betting for the wrong reasons here. A turf race and a sloppy race, and for my money, this is misplaced money. But this horse is a clear-cut co-favorite in doubles with St. Bridget Cross a bigger price.
And Patty's Girl to the outside, cutting back in distance. Can she run back to that debut?
You and I had talked to this horse earlier. I think both of us were trying to make a case for Patty's Girl, but ultimately, I just didn't like the races this horse ran. I thought the field that she beat first time out was extremely weak, but she was a first-time starter. She could improve.
That's the field for race 2 as we welcome in the third member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, a little bit of a strange board so far for this race. What are you seeing from these 2-year-old fillies?
I could not agree more. And I think, we see Zuby taking some money here, guys, is because, her figures look fast, but they were not on tracks like this. Obviously, last time she faced the boys in the Awad and it ran well to be third that day. And before that, it was off the turf and on a wet, sealed racetrack. I am dubious of her handling a dry fast track, which she encounters today. Now, maybe people are seeing it as there looks to be some speed in here and she's the one that's going to be able to sit and pounce, maybe. But my problem is the surface, mainly, in that she just isn't as strong as some of her counterparts in here, especially behind the saddle. And for me, that always translates well to horses on firmer surfaces, not ones that are going to break away from her like today's. Also, relatively speaking, she's the one coming back on the shortest amount of rest, the shortest amount of days between her last start and today. And she got very washy in the paddock, just a little bit nervous, a little bit edgy overall. So not something you love to see, especially with a favorite. As the co-favorite, just clicking over to that now, number 1, Pinky Briar, I think looks fantastic. And I am not going to be surprised when she finds herself in the winner's circle, first off the claim for the ever dangerous Brad Cox barn. But I can't go past my girl, the horse that beat her 2 starts back, St. Bridget's Cross. Now, I have loved St. Bridget's Cross in pretty much every outing that she's had here on the Naira circuit, and it is true, she's more of a dirt horse. She looks fantastic. She by far looked the best in the paddock. She obviously, like we said, soundly beat Pinky Briar last time out. Comes off a little bit of a freshening, but she looks fit, she looks strong, and she just had a really lovely presence about her in the paddock too. That keenness, but not over the top, just ready to go out there and do her job. I love what I'm seeing from her on the racetrack as well. And as you guys were mentioning, if she stays at that sort of price, sign me up. As St. Patty's Girl, I agree with you guys. Number 6, Patty's Girl, I should say, is one that I found interesting when handicapping this race because while it was a weak field she beat first time out, she just looked good doing it. She really had a lovely way of moving, accelerating away from that field in the final stages. And then last time, it was like there was no intention of getting her to lead when stretching out in distance. I know she was breaking from an outside post and maybe they just wanted to drop back and see how much ground they could cover, but or save. She just never responded. She was very quiet in the paddock, too. I wish I saw a little bit more energy. We see Johnny V taking her away from the pony, trying to liven her up a bit. And furthermore, she just had that winter look. Hey, it looks like winter out here, but it was really reflected in her coat. She just looked a bit dull. I wish I saw something with her physically that I liked a bit more to suggest that she could get back and build upon that first effort when she was sprinting in her debut.
She's 6-1 now, Maggie. Thank you. We'll see if she can turn things around on the cutback and distance after trying stakes last time out. There's St. Bridget's Cross, though, is got very high marks from Maggie as far as her presence prior, and she was able to control things on the front end, but she soundly beat Pinky Briar. I know Pinky Briar came back to win, Andy, by 10. I thought she beat a very soft field.
I don't know. I feel like Maggie and I have different PPs than everybody else. I'm mystified.
It's a crazy price.
I'm just mystified as to... Now, the Morning Lie, the 5, a slight favorite, and a good call as usual, though the 1 is favored in doubles, but it might be a Pratt double that makes that horse the favorite, and it's no surprise Flavian's taking a lot of money, but I just don't understand how a horse that just handled the other horse and was better that day and was a much shorter price is the clear-cut third choice in this race. Now, I think that they're betting Zuby for the wrong reasons. Could Zuby win? Of course Zuby could win. I'm not gonna fall on my chair if anybody wins, even your long shot in this race. I'm just saying, Zuby has been only entered for turf. You know, Maggie often talks, and I don't always agree with her, but I think there's a lot to be said for what she's saying about turf horses handling wet sealed tracks.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then comes back and proves it because runs actually a better race in the turf the subsequent start. But it's now coming back in the dirt, and you almost feel like George is saying, okay, I don't know what to do with this horse. You know, I'm going to give it a shot in the dirt. This race came up. And if, in fact, she's a dirt horse, I can leave her in New York. I can run her in options. If she's not, I can, I guess, bring her to Florida, or I can wait for the spring to run on the turf. So this is a time of year trainers are trying to answer questions. But I'm a little skeptical whether or not she's really a true dirt horse. And I don't understand why Kinky Briar should be such much shorter than the 4. I'm going to lose some money in the 4 to find out.
I think with 8-5 now on Zuby, 6-5 on Pinky Briar, the argument I think that everybody is making is not that Zuby can't win this race. It's just that she's tough to take at a short price because it's kind of that old racing adage, right? She's doing something for the first time. She's in a dirt meant field. As there is Flavien Prat's mounts. Again, he won the opener with a short price, and he's on your current 6-5 favorite here.
Shockingly, quite a few of these are favored, including Escape Hall and this one being favored. You know, when I see races like this and I see the odds like this, my feeling is I did something wrong. And somebody can say, well, and I'm going to bet the 4. I have no problem with that. Say, well, why don't, you know, you have confidence in your picks. I have plenty of confidence in my picks. But the board is smart. And the betting is smart. And a lot of times when something like this happens, the board is smarter than you are. And I'm not saying I don't have a problem. I'm betting the 4. I think this is value on this horse. But just because we think a horse is value doesn't necessarily mean a horse is value.
Well, the good thing about racing is it doesn't take too long for us to find out. As at race 2, 6.5 furlong allowance on the main track for these 2-year-old fillies. Pinky Briar, the one with Flavien Prat, currently the favorite. We'll soon find out. Chris Griffin standing by with the call. Race 2 live at Aqueduct.
Bridges cross. Zuby. Patty's Girl. All set. And they're off. Zuby has the speed, but here at the rail, rushing on through, it's Pinky Briar. Pinky Briar is now up by 3/4 of a length. Hard sent here towards the outside. St. Bridget's Cross wants to join that early lead. Is now taken second. It's a hot pace early. At the rail, it's Pinky Briar. Joining them, St. Bridget's Cross, center of the racetrack. Taking off the pace now, Carrot Ice. Up on the far outside, Patty's Girl. The trailer is Zuby. 22.23 for the opening quarter mile. St. Bridget's Cross takes it to Pinky Briar, who's still got a neck advantage as they work into the far turn. Pinky Briar is trying to dispatch of St. Bridget's Cross right there in second. Patty's Girl is now taken third for John Velasquez, and Carrot Ice is at the rail in fourth. Zuby is all in from the back end of the field, but Pinky Briar is still in front. It's Pinky Briar who's approaching a quarter mile left to go with that neck advantage. St. Bridget's Cross continues to chase this leader towards the outside, 45.25 for a half-mile time, and the favorite is confronted by St. Bridget's Cross to the outside. Still with a nose advantage, Pinky Briar trying to make up some ground. Carrot Ice, Zuby from the back. The front two are shoulder to shoulder inside the final furlong. Still finding more as Pinky Briar is trying to fight off this challenge. A 16th left to go. Pinky Briar is finding enough. Pinky Briar is going to win. Flavien Prat, the early double. Pinky Briar wins it over St. Bridget's Cross, then Carrot Ice and Zuby in 1 minute 17 seconds flat.
Flavien Prat sweeps the early double. Pinky Briar got to the front end and was able to hold off St. Bridget's Cross in the stretch.
Yeah, maybe the break helped the 1 beat the 4 in here, but I think that the odds were wrong. These horses were very evenly matched. The 1 ended up getting the best of it, but I don't think they should have been significantly different prices. 1 didn't break as sharply as the 4, probably hurt her a little bit.
Actually, vice versa.
Oh, the other way around? Okay, I'm sorry.
The 4 St. Bridget's Cross, not the quickest out, and Javier really had a hustler.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the 4, the 4 not being that sharp out of the gate. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Could have cost the race. Not really sure. Not trying to make a big excuse. The key here was the 5 was the one that was being overbet here.
Yeah.
I understand they're going to bet Flavien. That's not surprising to me. But betting the 5 for all the wrong reasons, and I think George got his answer. She's not the right dirt horse. She's a turf horse. And if you get rained off on a sloppy track, he can leave her in. because she did no running.
Oh, she was disappointing at 8-5, but 6-5 on the one. Pinky Breyer 1-4, 2-5 in race 2. Flavien Prat sweeping the card thus far. Horses in the paddock at Laurel Park. We'll have some live racing from Maryland after this. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. We put a GoPro on Andy and then just let him loose in Manhattan. And that's how we got that.
Well, these days I'm moving a little slowly, but yeah, I did get around a little bit on Wednesday.
There's Pinky Breyer heading into the winner's circle as I want to imagine what a GoPro on Flavien Prat would be like. It's just like winner's circle, winner's circle,
I was going to say, right,
yeah.
There's not a lot of horses in front of him in these races. And, you know, I mean, I guess you could argue this horse probably improved a little bit moving into Brad Cox's barn off the claim for Sandy Goldfarb, who we're looking at here right now.
And take a quick pause. Welcome in our viewers on Fox Sports. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just joining us on FS2, we're very glad to have you with us. If you've been with us through the app and YouTube, thanks for being loyal. Acacia Clement alongside Andy Serling. We just saw race 2 at Aqueduct, and we've got some live racing still to come from the Big A as well as Laurel Park.
Yes, I'm showing a few from Laurel. Be on the turf for some racing at Laurel and turf on the racing here a little later in the day.
Looking forward to it as we get ready right away to kick off some of our live racing action. But first, we had race 2 just take place in New York here. Flavien Prat sweeping the early double. Yeah,
and nothing's changing around here with Flavien Prat's horses taking a lot of money and winning more than their share of races. So he gets it done there. 2 horses that had run together reversed their finish from maiden race.
Pinky Breyer with the win for Flavien Prat in race 2. As mentioned, still plenty of live racing action to come. Into the winner's circle, excuse me, goes Flavien Prat and Pinky Breyer with the win. Broke her maiden last time out, claimed by Brad Cox. She now makes it 2 wins in a row, able to hold off St. Bridget's Cross. $4.70 winner. She went off the favorite and she delivered. Race 3 in New York coming up next. New York bred maiden claiming for the fillies, sprinting on the main track. 2 horses right now at 2-1. Well, first, we're going to go back and watch again as we see Flavien Prat and Pinky Breyer with the win. She's able to control things on the front end. Andy, it seemed yesterday on the main track to be on the inside was a bit of a benefit. Is that something we should be watching out for today?
No, I think that it seemed like the rail was good yesterday, but as the day played on, it was really no advantage of the track going along. I thought it was very fair. And we've had a lot of days where it's been okay to be inside, but it hasn't been a real advantage. For the most part, the track has been very fair throughout this fall. I think, obviously the crew is doing a great job, Brian Jabelman, but I also think because the weather has been fairly consistent, we haven't had a ton of rain. They haven't had to deal with it, so we've had a pretty consistent racetrack, and, we've seen plenty of closers be effective, and I think it's nice to have a fair track.
Absolutely is. Now we'll go on to race 3, New York bred maiden claiming, sprinting on the main track. Savvy Sunset, first-time starter Dia por Dia taking a lot of money as well. It's kind of a tale of 2 horses. You've got one who's never raced before and then another one who is making start number 11.
Yeah, I mean, as it plays out, Savvy Sunset's likely to be favored over the number 7. Natardi is the clear second choice in doubles and picked 3s, whereas I think the 3s is taking that early firster money. We'll see if this horse continues to get bet. It's sort of a turfy dam, but this horse I have to factually correct. It was a very fast horse, a speedy horse, and a good horse too.
Over at Laurel Park, we'll be on the turf for the maiden claiming. Coming up here, fillies and mares for race 3. The one was the main track only is out. Here's the 2 Vamonos Chicas who gets onto the turf for the first time.
Yeah, the dam was placed in the turf, but it's not a pedigree that seems to suggest she's going to move up that much.
Mosler, a son of Warfront, the sire, second dam one on synthetic, but yeah, not a ton to sink your teeth into, as that one is a big price on the board. Here's Coquila Miss, who is dropping in class.
Yeah, the drop down should help her. She's probably the one to beat.
Also went a mile and an 1/8 last time out, so slight cutback in distance. Donna Luna comes back to the turf.
Yeah, the thing is, she's run at this level, and while she's not a bad bet, maybe 15-1, I preferred others.
Here's Zeta Jones stretching out in distance.
I'm not big on stretch outs, especially to show some speed and collapse going 5.5.
Magic Moon Spell trying to turn things around.
Well, the race 2 back gives her a chance, I guess, to get a piece near the big price.
Yeah, she finished 3rd by just half a length that day. She's 15-1. There's the 7 Pharaoh's Mark.
This horse has turf races that are good enough to take a shot with this horse. I think 11-1 is generous.
Yeah, she's been running against slightly tougher as well. And for the $25,000 today, there's My Sunshine Girl, first time going long.
Not sure why anybody would take this horse to improve stretching out.
The 9 has speed, Catarzina.
Seems like a logical horse to at least get a piece here at a fair price.
Second time starter, lightly raced Sugar Magnolia for Arnaud Delacour.
Well, when you see these Grateful Dead names, there's a good chance it's Blue Devil Racing, as they have many horses named after Dead songs. I wish this horse did a little more running first time, but being it's only a second time starter has to be considered a possibility.
And big price first time starter, it had to be Blue.
Oh, good job there. Not a lot of turf pedigree, despite being a war chant dam.
Well, that's the field for the 3rd over at Laurel Park. We're going to take a quick time out. And when we come back, we'll have this race coming up. We'll also preview the Thunder Rumble division of the New York Stallion Series. Bank Frenzy, Doc Sullivan, ready to go at it again.
$6,600,000 bid now $650,000 $650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today $1,600,000 thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmore Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of twirling candy.
Pinehurst last it home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
We're back on America's Day at the races. We get closer to race 3 coming up at Laurel Park. But first, tomorrow, we have the 2 renditions of the New York Stallion Series here at the Big A. Race 1 will be the Thunder Rumble division, where you've got kind of the big 2 in Doc Sullivan and Bank Frenzy, Andy. And right now, Bank Frenzy is 2-1 over Doc Sullivan. Doc looking to even out the score tomorrow, and I think the distance is kind of the great equalizer between the 2.
Yeah, I think the reason Doc Sullivan could end up being favored here is the distance. Now, I don't want to make too much of the fact that Doc Sullivan easily beat Bank Frenzy in the Morrissey up in Saratoga when they went 7 furlongs, because it seemed like Bank Frenzy was stuck down on the inside. The race was dominated up front, and Bank Frenzy is too good to just use that race to judge them. But given they hit the wire together, given they hit the wire together in this race, and it's 7, I prefer Doc Sullivan, but you know, you get yourself in trouble when if you sort of assume Bank Frenzy's not getting it done, because he just shows up pretty much all the time, especially at a fast track, which he's going to get tomorrow.
Yeah, very, very cool New York breds, both of them. As I remember Rudy Rodriguez, who trains Bank Frenzy, saying he was very thankful that Doc Sullivan went down to the inside last time out, because Bank Frenzy wears that extension blinker, which covers his outside eye. I think also a reason he does not do well when breaking from the rail like he was in the John Morrissey. So now Doc Sullivan drawn to his outside. That could make things a little bit interesting as well.
I also think you'll see Joel use his speed more in this race than he did last time out, and he should be in front of Bank Frenzy. I'm looking forward to seeing these 2 horses square off. They're both very, very cool horses that have had terrific careers, of horses that just show up basically every single time, and that's not an easy thing in racing.
No, it really isn't. And 2 New York breds, I think we're both, all of us, very big fans of. As far as the girls are concerned, in the Staten Island division, go is race 4, also 7 furlongs. Sunday Girl is a short price on the morning line, and she's probably going to be a very short price come race time as well. She just might be better.
She's the first of 2 horses that are going from Katie Davis to Flavian Pratt. They're going to be extremely short prices on this card. And I'll tell you something, we're showing a race in the correction last winter, but her last race in the Iroquois, I guess, the Empire Showcase Day race, I mean, she runs that race. She could do a cartwheel going down the stretch and still win this race. I mean, she was 4th behind 3 horses that would be heavy, heavy favorites in this race.
That are graded states open quality.
Right, she ran really well in that race, too. I mean, she's a very, very neat horse, and I just think, you know, she can handle the turf, she can run the dirt. She's just a very, very, very likely winner at a super short price.
Stone Smuggler going to break from the rail for Jorge Abreu. She did win the New York Stallion Series last year, going 7 furlongs as a 2-year-old. But the question with her, is she as good this year? She's only had 2 starts thus far. Can she get a win as a 3-year-old?
She hasn't shown that she's taken that step forward, and she's going to have to take a big step forward off this race where she ran well. She got a good trip, and she ran very well in here. And she's obviously got some talent, but you know, Sunday Girl's got the credentials, and she's just way the worst to beat. I thought Cali Magic was a little bit interesting as the other horse in here, but I'm not taking a big position against the favorite in this race.
Well, that's coming up tomorrow. Races 1 and 4 for the New York Stallion Series. But back over today to race 3 at Laurel Park. They're loading in on the turf, maiden claiming for $25,000. It's the 3, Coquilla Miss right now in the drop-in class. Who is the favorite? Any final thoughts?
I'm not against the favorites and do prefer the one who's even money, the 3. I think either the 7 or 9, if you're looking for prices to get in there, one of those or both of them could be a little interesting.
Graduation day for one of these fillies, Dave Rodman, standing by with the call. Race 3, Laurel Park on the turf.
And they're off. Good break for Donna Luna, right to the front. Magic Moon Spell is also right there. The outside, Catarzina moving up with usual early speed. So Magic Moon Spell and Catarzina. Donna Luna will settle from the inside in 3rd position. Onto the turn run, My Sunshine Girl out 3 deep in between horses. Zeta Jones up close and is part of the early lick as well. Then Sugar Magnolia racing 3 wide around that turn. Inside of her is Coquilla Miss. After that, it's a break of 2 to It's Had to Be Blue. And back to Pharaoh's Mark. And trailing the field is Vamonos Chicas. Last about 11 lengths from the front. As they move past the 5 furlong mark, Magic Moon Spell nursed in a narrow lead. Catarzina putting pressure there on the outside. It's a length and a half more. Donna Luna parked on the inside in 3rd. Zeta Jones in between horses. My Sunshine Girl is next as they head on for the far turn. See Sugar Magnolia slip back to 2nd to last as they move into the far turn. Only 3.5 from the front though. Sugar Magnolia going to be 3-4 wide into the far turn, where it is Catarzina a narrow lead. Catarzina, My Sunshine Girl bidding up on the outside. Magic Moon Spell's right there at the rail, trying to stay. Coquilla Miss is next in 4th. They're followed by Zeta Jones next in 5th. Sugar Magnolia has a lot of work to do. Into the stretch, Catarzina from Magic Moon Spell, just a neck in front. My Sunshine Girl is in 3rd. Out center of the track, Coquilla Miss trying to level off late. Donna Luna's in between horses, also still very willing. Then in between rivals, Zeta Jones, a 16th of a mile left to go. Catarzina, My Sunshine Girl surging on past My Sunshine Girl from Catarzina, Coquilla Miss, and then Donna Luna 4th.
My Sunshine Girl pulls the upset, stretching out in distance with Heavy on Toledo and able to run down Catarzina, who looked like she was going to be effective there at a price. She ran well.
Yeah, contentious early, but the closers never really materialized. I mean, I know that Coquilla missed the heavy favorite, had a wide trip in there, but she hung like a chandelier in the stretch. And My Sunshine Girl, a horse I would never have bet a nickel on stretching out in here. She got it done, and good thing I didn't play, because I would have lost.
Able to stretch out effectively to break her maiden 8.93 in race 3 at Laurel Park. Back over to New York, horses in the paddock for the 3rd race. There's Savvy Sunset, 9-5 right now. This is a horse who set the pace last time, did finish 2nd behind Sheer Will, who we saw win yesterday.
Yeah, and I don't know that it's not apples and oranges. Sheer Will improved dramatically, but if you believe in those things, then maybe you think she's better than she looks. I'm not that person.
9-5 right now as we head down, get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
Savvy Sunset. She's not for me, but I will say she is gradually improving throughout her career as a maiden. But let's check in with the one that has no form to go on, and that is the first-time starter from the Linda Rice barn, looking for another win on the card is the barn, who are so dangerous throughout this time of year, honestly, throughout the entire year on the Naira circuit. But number 3, Dia por Dia, a daughter of Unified. The dam, she was all turf, though. But she is a half-sister to Factually Correct, who is a pretty decent New York bred running in dirt sprints. And while there's a little bit of a turf hoof, and I think Factually Correct, I've said multiple times, has a bit of a turf look, he's much better on the dirt, and so I'm not surprised to see this one ending up here. And honestly, a lot of times I feel as though Linda's horses need a start to get their career going. I don't feel that's the case. Looking at her, she looks fit. She honestly looks like one of the better individuals in this field. So I think the money meaningful, and certainly I'm sure, an indictment on the rest of the players. Though I am a little bit intrigued by number 1, Midnight Glimmer. We've seen the horses that John Ortiz has taken over for TriStar Farm perform very well, including the aforementioned Doc Sullivan. And this one comes back off of layoff looking incredibly fit, really well turned out from a coat perspective. She's dappled head to toe. I think she's a little intriguing to maybe improve. It's just how much improvement will we get, and will it be enough, Acacia?
We'll find out shortly. It will kick off the post parade with the number 1 Midnight Glimmer, who is taking over for with John Ortiz, as Maggie mentioned, doing well for the TriStar horses, including Doc Sullivan.
Obviously does have to improve off her races, but I picked her as well. You're not only getting a new trainer, and nothing against Mike Maselli, who's terrific and does a good job to John Ortiz, but also you're picking up Ricardo Santana as well.
Savvy Sunset making start number 11.
I'm with Maggie. I don't think this horse just suddenly has improved. I think she took advantage of a bias last time to make her look better than she is.
First time starter, Dia Portia.
I guess is possible. Is it getting bet, or is it just getting bet because there's very few alternatives?
Stormy Central, legit trouble at the start last time.
Yeah, and gets a rider change and had real trouble. I thought this was a long shot worth a look.
Another for Dave Donk, Charmeuse cutting back.
Yeah, this one's more of a turf horse that I wasn't a fan of. I took the other Donk.
And second time starter, Nitardi to the outside.
You like Nitardi more than I do, but I can understand what you're thinking. She did not run badly first time out, and she should be in a good stalking spot, picking up Christopher Elliott.
Still lightly raced, just making her second career start at 2-1. Always all kinds of great stuff going on at Naira Bets. You can earn a 10% bonus today on win bets at Churchill Downs. Be sure to opt in at nairabets.com for a 10% bonus today. Horses warming up for race 3. As far as Savvy Sunset is concerned, yes, she has speed. Yes, she finished behind Sheer Will, and we saw a couple of other horses come out of that race to win. When you say that you thought she was aided by the track and she was 10-1 that day, can you expound a little bit on why you think that's a race that could be dressed up?
Well, she was on the rail, and I thought the rail was a real advantage, especially early that day. This is the day after we had a big bias, and just thought there was a chance it was a little dressed up. And, you know, I guess you could look in two ways. You could say, well, she's improved her speed figures in 2 straight. Maybe she's better. Well, one of them was at a short price at Finger Lakes. And to me, maybe she is a new horse for John Terranova, but I want to see it again on a horse who's going to be favored. Here she is. She lost to horse Sheer Will that had a big performance yesterday and ran a huge race at 83 Beyer, improving 18 points. Not really sure where that race came from, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think it's an indication this race was better than it looks. I think that race lives in isolation. I could end up being wrong, and Savvy Sunset will end up winning here. But I also think she's going to have to deal with the speed of Nitardi on the front end. Christopher Elliott, not exactly shy. We'll see how the pace goes up front.
And Nitardi, currently your favorite at 9-5 as we go back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, I can't recommend Savvy Sunset for the reasons that Andy brought up. And also, you know, you could look at it too, that while Sheer Will, I think she lives in a bubble. The rest of the field, yes, there's been 2 next time out winners, but they came back to Beyer Laughing Lady with a 45. And the last place finisher who did get some corrective equipment because she wore out badly in that October 4th race, she came back and went, albeit with a 59. So, you know, she can win here because, I don't know, sometimes the law of attrition does come through, but I can't recommend her from a physical standpoint. She's always been a slighter frame filly. She's done no growing. She's done no filling out. She does not look good in her coat. It's long, wispy, and dull, and she's just not my type of horse, especially as the favorite. As we'll move on to number 7, Nitardi here. Showed a good deal of speed first time out, and, you know, she battled on the front end only to be picked up by the, going into that race, 0-for-19 Calling an Audible, who did get a good trip, to be fair. And Nitardi, I thought, ran incredibly well. And I didn't think she looked fit in her debut. So you would have to think that while she came up short that day, she'll move forward from that effort. It looks as though she has a bit. She is just naturally a big, heavy filly. I just wish there was a little bit more of an improvement, but honestly, I could see her winning just because I thought the debut was promising enough. And then Dave Donk will send out the kind of outsiders in this group. And number 4, Stormy Central. I know she has not done much running, but last time, I mean, what chance did she have in that Savvy Sunset race when she just kind of fell out of the gate? And she is very sharp today. She's also, and I'm wondering if she fell out of the gate. I did not cover that race because she is a bit of a high-strung horse who probably wasn't standing well. Well, she is going to wear a hood, a red hood, that they take off at the gate. Does she? Yep, she still has it on now, and they'll take that off. It's an indication, something that they started here and finally adopted in America that they use in Europe. That red hood indicates that they'll wear it all the way to the post, and then take it off. The gate crew will take it off. You can see she is a high-strung type, and she was like that in the paddock. But if she keeps it together, if she breaks alertly, she gives every indication to me, Acacia, that she could be forward in here, especially with Jose Gomez climbing aboard. And I thought, from an overall standpoint, she looked great relative to her competition. I know she's the longest price on the board, and she should be, but I think that you can come up with some excuses.
Couldn't agree more, Maggie. 14-1, as she did stumble last time out of the gate, but she also she got bumped on either side, Andy, too.
Yeah, not to split hairs, I don't think she should be the longest price on the board. I think that the 5 should be the longest price on the board. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but they both ran similar figures on the dirt. And as you say, Stormy Central was badly fouled coming out of the gate. Yes, she stumbled, but she was, the 4 and 6, the worst inside of her and outside her, just sort of pinballed her around, and it cost her a few lengths. It was legit trouble.
And I was in the paddock for both of her races. She's worn that red hood in both starts because she's been a very bad actor prior to her races. So the fact Maggie's giving her good comments today, I think, is a real plus, because first time out, she actually dropped Irad Ortiz. I don't know if you remember this race, but she spun around and he managed to land on his feet and hold on to her reins.
I do not remember, but
it was an incredible feat of athleticism, because she was trying to circle and run off, and he was able to land on his feet and hold her. She's a bad actor that maybe mentally has needed some time as well.
Interesting. I picked her second. I'm going against the horses taking money in this race. I picked the race 1-4-3. I mean, I get it with the 7, and I don't want the 2. I may end up being completely wrong, but I want prices in this race mostly.
How's she acting today, Maggie?
Acacia, I actually do remember that race you were talking about with Irad. I said, whoa, how did he just do that? But you know what also is interesting is that Jose getting aboard, because Jose is one of those riders that works closely in the mornings with Dave Donk. So you would have to think that he has experience with her. And Acacia, it sounds like from what you're telling me, compared to today, she is probably acting the best that she has in her 3 starts so far. Let's hope it's a positive sign.
Yeah, she may not be able to run. I mean, I don't think we've seen any evidence that she's good, but I think there is the possibility. We haven't seen conclusive evidence that she can't run. And her only dirt race, she did have legitimate trouble in that race. She obviously didn't run well, but she had legitimate trouble in there.
She's a generous price, at least 17-1, 8-5, still on Savvy Sunset. Quickly, first-time starter, Dia por Dia, and I know Maggie liked her, but she's taking a lot of attention as kind of the new face in this group.
Yeah, I think the positive is that while she, not surprisingly, at first, her getting bet early, she drifted as high as 3-1, but she never went higher, and she came back to 5-2, and it's not going to take a Herculean effort to win this race.
Loading in for race 3, maiden claiming for New York breds. They've taken that red hood off. Stormy Central at the gate, as Maggie touched on. We'll see who gets to break her maiden here. Chris Griffin with the call.
Charmeuse. Nitardi. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Savvy Sunset broke very sharply towards the inside, is right up front. Dia por Dia is also in the early mix, and up on the far outside comes Nitardi. In between horses, there comes Stormy Central. Second to last will be Midnight Glimmer and the early trailer, Charmeuse. They work up the backstretch, and Savvy Sunset is in front. Mild pressure here towards the far outside from Nitardi, who's now taken second. Dia por Dia is back to third. Tight hold here on Stormy Central. Jose Gomez, they're on the move, and they're passing rivals quickly. They've taken third. Right back there in fifth is going to be Midnight Glimmer and the trailer, Charmeuse. 22.60 for that opening quarter mile. Savvy Sunset's in control. too wide. Nitardia is now all in. Here comes Stormy Central. Starts to stall a little bit. Just trying to make a charge down the center of the racetrack. But Savvy Sunset's got plenty so far. Savvy Sunset opening up on the field is now up by 2.5, almost 3. Dia por Dia towards the inside, has some momentum, a furlong left to go. Savvy Sunset's going to try and hold off the charge. Dia por Dia's got all the momentum here at the rail inside the final 16th. Savvy Sunset, Dia por Dia in time. Dia por Dia wins it over Savvy Sunset, Nitardi, and Stormy Central in 1 minute 11.12 seconds.
First time starter, Dia por Dia with the win. Looked like she was done and then came back up the inside on the rail.
Yeah, no, she did. I'm guessing the rail's not a bad place to be. I don't know that she just carried her along, but I agree. Looked like she was sort of empty on horses, kind of backed up a little in the backstretch, but she came again and got Savvy Sunset, who had absolutely no excuse to lose this race.
Maybe Savvy Sunset just waiting for somebody to come and beat her.
I guess. I mean, listen, as we said, these are not killers on paper. The two did run well, though, to be fair. I mean, she took a tough beat here. But this horse seemed to improve a lot, and Jose kept after her, and he was rewarded with that. Our 4 made a little bit of a run in the turn, but flattened out badly, and the 1 who I picked, she just can't run at all.
Dia por Dia, first-time starter. Maggie's top pick, getting the win in race 3. Wants to rally up the inside at 3-1, 3-2, 7-4 in race 3. The least amount of excuses. First-time starter, she wins on debut for Linda Rice. Linda getting the second win of this card today. Prices and more live racing from New York and Laurel Park. After this, stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net today. First-time starter gets the win in race 3 at Aqueduct. Dia por Dia, also known as Day by Day. gets the job done under Jose Lezcano, re-rallying up the inside. Second win on the card for Linda Rice.
Yep, gets it done down the inside. Another win for Linda, who had a big day yesterday as well.
3-win day yesterday for Linda Rice, as she's now 2 for 3 on the card thus far. And here's kind of what we were talking about. Looking like Jose Lezcano was really having to work on her, and she might have been kind of pulling herself out. But then Savvy Sunset, the leader, the two kind of drifts off the rail a little bit, getting to the inside. Dia por Dia, she never switched leads, but she had the momentum and she carried on up the inside.
Yeah, I don't think she was not that you're saying it, I'm saying, but I think she was one of these ones carried by a gold rail. But it probably didn't hurt being down the inside. Maybe it just took her a little while to figure it out, and she found the right group.
$8.58 winner in race 3, 3-2-7. Some logical horses in the top 3 as we head back over to Laurel Park. Race 3 was won by an upset horse, My Sunshine Girl, stretching out in distance. Heavy on Toledo. Aboard for Rudy Sanchez Solomon, $20 winner there in the third. Some big prices in the top 2. Your favorite having to settle for third. Just didn't really seem like she wanted to go by.
Not a result that I could have gotten to.
My Sunshine Girl breaks her maiden in race 3. Race 4 at Laurel will be on the main track. Fun allowance race coming up here. Sprinting on the dirt, it's the number 6 Bonsai Warrior, who's currently favored, as this one gets blinkers on. Second off the layoff for Claudia Gonzalez.
Kind of a surprising favorite to me.
A bit, yeah.
The race changed, obviously, when Lundy Lude, who I assume would have been a pretty big favorite, scratched out of the race. I mean, I have no problem with Blue 42, who seemed somewhat logical for Jane Sabelli. I thought Mr. Supreme was too big a price in this race. Thought that horse, though, had a lot of chances, was okay in this spot. Too big a price at 10-1, in my opinion.
Talk a little bit more about the 4th at Laurel when we come back. We'll take a quick time out and discuss that race 4. Still more live racing to come from both Laurel Park and Aqueduct after this.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, so take a look at Laurel Park as we have race 4 coming up next. Let's meet the field. Saw the post parade happen moments ago as we'll go through it, kicking things off with the one Mo Missile.
Yeah, Mo Missile's making the 4th start, just second ones for these connections. Got the money last time, but this is a tougher spot.
By Mopo Racing, Maury Povich, which we always love
that's
to
right.
see.
Had a win at Saratoga this
He did,
summer.
yeah, which was really cool. Prince of Darkness, the 2, bit of a price.
Yeah, it should be the speed along with the horse inside of that one. Going to have to improve off the win last time, but not impossible.
5-2 on Worker Bee for Gary Capuano.
Yeah, I'm mystified as to why this horse is second choice in doubles and third choice in pick threes. I'm surprised.
Long Shot Dancing Danae went by. There's Blue 42. Makes some sense.
Yeah, does make some sense. Just has run fast enough figs to be the horse to beat. Will be favored by post.
Bonsai Warrior blinkers going on.
Yeah, I'm just not sure. I guess the first race at 5 furlongs was okay. I don't see this horse.
And Mr. Supreme.
If you're somebody that likes to complain about horses taking late money and dropping substantially in the last flash because you don't look at will pays, this horse will never be anywhere close to 7-1 at post time. No worse than third choice, very possibly the second choice by post time, and I agree with that. I was between the 5 and 7 here.
There's the 3 Worker Bee getting a big warm-up, and Maggie chiming in, of course, our Maryland bred, knowing Maryland better than anybody, saying probably the workouts that made this one the favorite, as he has been training very quickly, 47-2, 47-4 for those last couple of workouts coming into this, second off the bench.
Okay. He worked 36, and won before the last race, so I don't know, I suppose. I don't know why this horse is getting bet, because I don't see it, but maybe Maggie's right.
Second off the layoff for a good barn, who is 36% at the meet for Gary Capuano.
That might be the reason.
Yeah, back over to New York. We have race 4 coming up next, a mile and an eighth on the main track, this allowance feature. And we've been wondering who might be favorite. And Indy, it's the 5, Emirates Road right now. Second off the bench, who's taking most of the money.
Yeah, it appears Certified Lover Boy will be a favorite over Bravito with Emirates Road the third choice by the time we get to post time. But there's some argument, but the pick threes are usually the ones to follow for the odds. But probably Certified Lover Boy is going to be favored. It's Flavian on the controlling speed. I just have trouble seeing that horse not favored. I picked him. We'll see.
Certified Lover Boy, who does have the speed, has won at the has not won, excuse me, at the distance before. Can he control? Can he see it through? Given the fact that he's been some short prices in his last few races.
I agree. No, he's listen. I have some reservations picking him as well. I certainly respect Bramito and won't be surprised when Emirates Road improves as well. Though I wonder if he's a little better at the mile distance. But I just think this pace advantage for Certified Lover Boy is enough for me. I do think it's a fairly competitive race, though.
Talk a little bit more about it in a moment. Back over to Laurel. Horses approaching the starting gate for race 4. Who was interesting to you in here?
The 5 and 7, I don't see. Maybe I'm wrong. Listen, I mean, I cannot argue with the fact that Gary Capuano's barn is obviously winning a lot of races, and I'm guessing that's ultimately why the 3 is a short price. This horse has done no running in 2 starts, so maybe he improves here, but he's going to have to improve, and I don't know why you'd take a short price horse improving. If I thought the 7 was going to be 5 or 6 to 1, I would bet the 7. But these horses always take money at the end. If you look at the pick threes, a clear-cut second choice. Close to the third choice in doubles, but it's the problem with the CAW money is knowing I'd love to bet on the 7 at 7-1. I just believe I'm going to bet, and I'm going to look up, and the horse is going to be 3-1 when they're going, early in the race, and I don't want to bet the horse at 3-1. So I'm going to pass because I believe this horse will take a late punch. Maybe I'll prove to be wrong.
Right now it's Blue 42, though. Good main track for this allowance coming up, sprinting. Several horses of interest, especially those second off of layoffs. Loading in for the 4th at Laurel Park, Dave Rodman standing by with the call.
Blue 42. Bonsai Warrior. Mr. Supreme. And they're off. Mo Missile, Prince of Darkness is slow to go. Bonsai Warrior Worker Bee sent up for early speed. Bayedzit Hazelwood has a narrow lead on Bonsai Warrior in the opening furlong, and Prince of Darkness has moved forward. As part of the pace, Mr. Supreme is next in fourth, Dancing Deny, and Mo Missile at the back of the pack. Blue 42 patient in between horses, only 5 lengths from the front, heading into the far turn run with a half-mile left to go. Prince of Darkness out of the inside, Worker Bee on the outside, Worker Bee the head in front once more. Bonsai Warrior right off the speed, and Mo Missile inside in fourth. Mr. Supreme is next, and Dancing Deny, and Blue 42. 5/16 of a mile left to run. Worker Bee trying to get away from Prince of Darkness. Bonsai Warrior. Mr. Supreme is next in fourth, and Mo Missile under some pressure. Next in fifth position, Blue 42. Going to angle to the far outside for the final 3/16 of a mile, but still a lot of work to do for Worker Bee is in front. Worker Bee in front by 4. Worker Bee by 4 from Bonsai Warrior. Late run Blue 42 on the far outside to try to run up into the second spot, but it's Worker Bee. Worker Bee from Blue 42. Worker Bee, Blue 42. Bonsai Warrior third. Mr. Supreme.
Worker Bee gets the win off those fast workouts, and Gary Capuano continuing his strong meet over at Laurel Park.
It's the problem with looking at a circuit that you have no familiarity with. I don't follow Laurel. I don't know anything about their races, and you've got a trainer that's winning at an incredibly high percentage. You also have a race where the 1 and 2 are the clear-cut speeds, and looking at pace figures, there's no chance the 3 was going to be in front. I think the 1 might have evaporated at some point in the gate. The 2 tried to rush up and get there, but this horse was able to get to the front. This was a different performance than this horse had ever put in before and ran today. Probably not a surprise to people following Maryland 1 to me. As we talked about with the 7, this is the problem. 6 to 1, 7 to 1, 8 to 1 as they're going in the gate. Then goes to 6, then goes to 4, and goes up at 5 to 2. That's a problematic situation for players.
Horses in the paddock for race 4 at Aqueduct coming up. Again, this one a mile and an eighth on the main track. There's a look at Emirates Road, who continues to be the favorite. Brad Cox and Manny Franco teaming up here. This horse ran a 105 Meyer speed figure 2 starts back. Can he ever get back to that?
Probably not. And as you see, it took him 8 months to get back to the races after that performance. He was dull last time. Now, he may well have needed the race, and he'll probably run better in here. But his 1 mile and an eighth race, while he finished second, beaten the neck, he lost it 1 to 2 to a horse named Peak, who would be 500 to 1 in this race, and wasn't in particularly great form before that. It was a sort of a weird aberrational effort for him. I wonder about him at a mile and an eighth. I still believe, though, by post time, Certified Loverboy will be favored. We'll see if these odds hold up.
Fun 4th race coming up as they finish getting saddled. Let's head down and get a paddock report from Maggie.
And as one would imagine, Acacia, good-looking crew assembled for this upper-level allowance race here in the paddock. As we'll start with your speed, that Certified Loverboy number 2. And, you know, last time he just was a little bit outbroke, honestly, by Mr. Papa Giorgio. And Kendrick kind of went with that horse. I believe it was Kendrick. Sorry if I misspoke there. But then he had to kind of go up, go around, and Flavien, you know, asserted himself. And honestly, at the end of the day, I think he just went a little bit too quick, as it does not appear as though there's not much any other speed per se, at least on paper, or horses that are as quick as he is. And at times, I have been critical of Certified Loverboy. Sometimes doesn't carry the best weight and conditioning, or doesn't look great in his coat. Well, that is not the case today. It does look as though Fernando Abreu, whose horses are looking exceptionally well given this time of year here in the paddock, as his weight's great, he's well muscled, his coat looks even better than what it did going back to his last start. So I like what I'm seeing from Certified Loverboy, and I do think he has a tactical advantage. We do have a bit of a wild card in here. What do we get from number 3, Donegal Surges, the New York bred, as he came back to the races off of a long 10-month layoff last time out and was horrible. I mean, was virtually eased that day. And he was chasing on the outside. He started to fade around the turn. Kendrick niggled at him a little bit, and he was eased in the stretch. Well, Kendrick and Todd are teaming back up here just a little less than a month later. And I gotta say, I see no ill effects here in the paddock, at least, as he looks fantastic. He's dappled head to toe. He looks strong. He's a horse that I do believe is a bit better going the 1 1/8, though I totally get the fact that he has one going shorter. He's just built that way. He's got a lot of scope to his frame, a lot more of an even type of build to him too. So we'll see, can he get back to some of his better efforts after a virtual non-effort last time out, Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. As you mentioned, intriguing crew here. There is Kendrick Carmouche getting ready to get a leg up aboard Donegal Surges, who on his day can run some fast races. Disappointed last time out, and he took money off the layoff too.
This would be quite a form reversal. I mean, I realized he was eased. And, you know, he didn't really going to lose by 40 lengths, but he was never going to be competitive in there. And he's got races that can win this race. There's no doubt. He handles a 1 1/8, but it feels very, very questionable whether or not he has anything left. And this is sort of a do-or-die race for him, because if he isn't competitive in this race, if they're going to keep racing him, they're going to have to drop him down.
Emirates Road continues to be the favorite, though another one that's second off the layoff, as he will try to turn things around. He also was a bit flat last time out, as Manny Franco tried really to get him into the race, and he just didn't really seem to have much kick. But again, he hadn't raced in 8 months.
Yeah, I was looking up some numbers, second off of long layoffs for the Brad Cox barn, both here and in general, and the numbers aren't that strong. So, I don't know. I won't be surprised when he runs better, but even running better, how confident are you he can win?
Brad Cox also looking for a second win today. There is the one Bourbon Day, though, a horse that would prefer if this was a wet track.
Yes, I think Linda was hoping we'd get the rain for this horse at least, because his wet track races are significantly better than his dry track races.
Speed of Certified Lover Boy.
Yep, I'm taking him to wire the field. He will be favored.
There's Donegal Surges, second off the bench.
I would never bet him, but who knows?
Ramito getting back out to the 1 1/8.
He's a very generous price at 7-2. If he remains there, he's the value on the board, at least in my opinion. I doubt he stays there, though.
Emirates Road now 2-1.
Tough to beat these Brad Cox, Sandy Goldfarb horses. Maybe he runs better second off a layoff. Still not sure he loves a 1 1/8.
And Top Gun Rocket stretching back out.
This is a much tougher spot than last time out, but he did run reasonably well last time. He's a fringe player to price if you're looking.
Fernando Abreu trains at the current favorite, Certified Lover Boy. He's standing by with Maggie.
And it's always good to catch up with Fernando. And we were just talking about Certified Lover Boy, and you said to me, he does look much better than what he did last time. Talk a little bit about, you know, for people who don't know what horses kind of go through this time of year, the change of seasons can be tough on them.
Oh, yeah, you know, sometimes this late in the year, their coat start to get dull. They don't look as good, but thank God I was able to give him a little break, and he looks great today. He looks, you know, he's dappled out. He carried a little bit more weight. I think the trip to Colonial back and forth got to him some, and, you know, he's been running hard all year long.
As somebody who's done that Colonial trip, it is a long, long one. That is taxing on anybody. But also his last race, probably things not going according to plan, a little bit of a slow break, then rushing up and making that fast pace.
Yeah, his first jump from the gate is never good. Like, you know, he's got a slow start, but then the Russian part, you know, and fast fraction. But Flavin Pratt, I couldn't say nothing.
And he's back again today. He is someone that does seem to learn from previous, you know, maybe errors. So wishing you the best of luck, and looks as though he could control today.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Maggie.
Always good to catch up with Fernando. Acacia.
You are talking to two members of the Fernando Abreu fan club for sure, Maggie. Certified Lover Boy going out for Fernando, who his horses have been running well, if not finding the winner's circle. They have been running very well since we kicked off this Aqueduct meet.
Yeah, no, he's a good trainer. I don't know what else to say, you know. I mean, I think to me, you want trainers that if their horses are alive, they show up. And no trainer's going to have them show up every time. I don't care who you are. Sometimes they just don't run their races. It's horse racing. But you want reliable trainers where you feel like if you like a horse of theirs, you know, if you're right, the horse is going to at least run. The horse may not win. we make a lot of picks where we think we have the right horse and we don't, but I think his horses usually show up, and that's the best you can ask for. It's not easy. It's a tough game. And the other thing is that for the most part, Fernando runs his horses where they can win, and that's another thing. There are a lot of trainers that run their horses in races that they just can't win, so they run a big race and they run third or fourth. You've got to be in live spots. Now, it's not that simple, because a lot of times it's owners. You got a horse and you're shaking your head, and I know you agree. You've got a trainer that says we got to drop this horse to win, and the owner doesn't want to drop. They don't want to lose them. They treat them a little like pets, and it's hard. And it ends up being the trainer that kind of looks bad, because you're saying, why does this trainer keep running their horse over their head? And a lot of times it's connections that don't want to drop them. My response to that is, if you are going to hire a trainer, you need to listen to your trainer. If you don't want to listen to your trainer, fire them and get a different one. Or if you want to just get a yes man, that's fine. But successful owners are the ones that listen to their trainers. They may have input. They're certainly entitled to have input. They're putting up their money. But at the end of the day, if you believe that your trainer can care for your horses and you're paying for him to care for their horses, him or her, listen to them. If they tell you need to drop to win, swallow hard and drop. You don't want, I get it. You think the horse is better. You don't want to see them running a cheaper race. You don't want to lose them. But sometimes, otherwise you're spending money and you're not getting anything back for it. If you want to just have a pet, leave them in your backyard.
Well said. As horsemen and women with these horses day in and day out, as we take a look at Bermudo, who gets back out to the 1.125 distance, which he's been effective at, and he is a big leggy individual, and he is a pretty versatile horse too. We're taking a look at his win at 7 furlongs, 2 starts back. He's able to handle anything, but a horse that I thought actually ran okay last time out and picks up Ricardo Santana again.
Oh, he's a big-time player in this race. There's no doubt about it. I have no argument. I think the best race he ran was that 1-4 back when he ran the 94 mile and 1.125. Maggie really liked him that day. He's closing. He's not there yet. He's going to come and get him right at the wire. But Maggie really liked him 1.125. I was skeptical, and she was insisting to me that he's going to really like the distance. And boy, was she right. He just absolutely smashed that field that day. And I agree. And the public has made him the sort of co-favorite, narrow second choice. And I agree with him. I think it's between the 2 and 4. I'm not saying the 5 can't win Emirates Road, but the problem with Emirates Road is I think it's twofold. A, you have to hope that he improves second off a layoff, which is certainly possible. But B, is he really a 1.125 horse? At least with Bermudo, he's a 1.125 horse.
Yeah, he can handle it, Maggie, as he's now your 2-1 favorite.
Why do we have to keep showing the 7 furlong race? It always makes me throw up a little bit watching another tough beat that my poor husband had in Saratoga with 24 Namamba. Why can't we show the 9 furlong win? As that's what he gets to do today. And I will say this, he's a little bit more reserved than that effort 2 back when turning back to the 7 furlongs. I noted that Gus had him pretty sharp, pretty keen, big old warm up, and today he's been kept a little bit more quiet. He looks great, as he has all year long, so a testament to what Gustavo has done with him. And Andy, which you were on your soapbox before, I completely agree, so preach. As number 6, Top Gun Rocket, I get he's a French player, and at times he's run very well. We'll see how he responds to this 1.125 test. The only other time was 3 back on that muddy sealed surface, but he ran okay. As far as a figure is concerned. So he's big, he's strong. I don't see why he can't handle it. And he's just one of those horses, Acacia, that my eye kept going back to as I watched these horses in the paddock and on the racetrack. So maybe one that is the bigger price of all of these that you throw in underneath.
Generous price at 10-1. Maggie, thank you. 2-1 though on Bermudo and Certified Lover Boy. Race 4 coming up. Chris Griffin has the call.
Emirates Road. Top Gun Rocket.
Let me turn around and do nothing.
Goes in. All set. And they're up. Certified Lover Boy is asked for speed, so is Bourbon Day, and these two hook up early as they sprint towards that first turn. Certified Lover Boy with a nose advantage, but Bourbon Day and Jose Lescano, they hold the rail position, and these two go at it. And now crossing over will be Certified Lover Boy, and quickly Bourbon Day switches towards the outside as stalking second. They're 3 lengths in front of Emirates Road, who's traveling in tandem with Top Gun Rocket. The 2 at the back, Donegal Surges, and Bramido is the trailer. 23.20 for that posted opening quarter mile. Certified Lover Boy trying to catch a breather now up the backstretch. Bourbon Day in close pursuit is a length and a half, almost 2, right there in the second position. 5 back to Emirates Road, who's still there with Top Gun Rocket. Donegal Surges is patiently ridden at the back end of the field. Then Bramido starts a move from the back. 46-4 for that half-mile time. Certified Lover Boy still there. Certified Lover Boy is in front. Bourbon Day continues to give chase. Top Gun Rocket is to the outside of a shoved along Emirates Road, who's back to 4th. Up on the far outside, Bramido and Donegal Surges still under a tight hold here, starts to split rivals and comes after the leaders. The leader is Certified Lover Boy. Certified Lover Boy, Bourbon Day is back for more. Donegal Surges moves towards the inside, is now a challenging third. 1 minute 10.74 for 3/4. Certified Lover Boy, Bourbon Day to the outside. Donegal Surges is trying to catch them both, but Bourbon Day is now getting in front, and Bourbon Day has taken the lead. Bourbon Day tries to kick away. Donegal Surges is ready to challenge up on the outside as second. Bourbon Day has a 16th left to go. Bourbon Day is going to win this one well. It is all Bourbon Day. Linda Rice with another victory on the afternoon. Bourbon Day won it. Donegal Surges, then came Certified Lover Boy and Bramido in 1 minute 47.68 seconds.
That's 3 wins today for Linda Rice. This horse, first time in the barn. Bourbon Day has only ever won on a wet track before, but was much the best against this group on a dry track today.
He has never run a particularly good race on a dry track. It is really surprising. And it was a good plan. I mean, they were aggressive, forced, talk about getting your position going forward, as Richie likes to say. Aggressive, making the 2 have to go a little too fast, but this horse was probably going a little too fast either. Track is very fast, but this horse ran 147.68, a little slower than the 100 buyer speed figure we saw yesterday with the 147.41. A very, very fast race and won quite easily. Donegal Surges is the only horse that picked up any ground. I think Donegal Surges ran okay. I think most other horses besides the 2 did absolutely no running whatsoever in here.
Some disappointing efforts in there, but Bourbon Day is, you saw it kind of right out of the gate with how sharp he broke, how Jose Lezcano put him into the field, and he was pulling away from the rest of his competition. And so keep your eye on the 1. Broke sharp, and he ends up really kind of hustling him out there to get some position, ending up letting Certified Lover Boy set the pace, but not too far off of it, which I think made all the difference.
No, and it's a good example how aggressive riding gets rewarded. He ran today. I don't know how you pick him. I think a lot of us were thinking if the rain came, it was originally forecast he would be interesting, but he was extremely hard to like in here, and he really ran.
8-1 upset in race 4. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. The East River Ferry in action. Probably getting a little bit chilly for that nowadays.
I always thought that was the Circle Line.
I've been told that's the East River
You ever
Ferry.
take the Circle Line?
I did a long time
Circle Line's
ago.
fun.
Yeah, it was really fun.
Those touristy things in New York are fun.
I know. Sometimes when you live there, you don't actually do them. I agree. Bourbon Day, into the winner's circle, third win of 4 races today for Linda Rice. $18 winner. Linda standing by with Maggie.
Usually not that big of a price for the Linda Rice winners, as she has been in 3 races today and has won all 3. But Bourbon Day, you know, a horse that had not had the fast track form, competitive on turf, even more so on a wet track. He ran huge today, Linda, off the trainer change and layoff.
Yes, you know, I really haven't had this horse that long, and he was with Mike Maker in Kentucky, and he came in good shape, and we just fiddled around with him for a while, and I was a little concerned that maybe his good races were on a wet track, but he sure ran great today.
And he broke well, so Jose Lezcano taking advantage of that to kind of make the favorite go a little bit faster. But as you said, I thought maybe he'd back up, but he kept responding.
Yeah, you know, Certified Lover Boy, I had that horse for a while, and he's very brave on the lead. And so I was glad that Jose was pressing him, because if you give that horse, you know, an easy lead, he's just going to run away from him. And Jose pressed him, and I was a little concerned he was going to back up after half and 46 and change, but he just kept coming. Yeah. So he impressed me today.
He was impressive. Are you going to make it 4? As you do send out Grace and Grit in today's 8th race. I was surprised. Were you surprised that she was last going into the first turn when stretching out to the 9 furlongs? Last time out.
Yes, I was. But you know, she's been on the lead. She does have some natural speed, but she never finishes well on the lead. So we just tried to take a different approach and see if we could put her on the bridle and have something to finish with. And Kendrick's ridden her very nicely.
Am I right in saying she's not that easy to ride?
No, she's definitely not that easy to ride.
God bless Kendrick Hermouch, who does know her well. Best of luck with her later, but congrats on a tremendous day already.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Bourbon Day. I'm sure a lot of people who bet this one will be having some bourbons with that payoff, Acacia.
Yeah, cheers all around. Bourbon Day getting the win. Big day for Linda Rice. And as Maggie said, Grace and Grit still to come a bit later. Linda's horse scratched out of this 5th race. New York bred maiden claiming doing 6 furlongs for the 2-year-olds. And Escape Hall, no surprise. Big price to the outside as he goes back to the main track, which is his preferred surface.
What percentage of horses that are going off at 1 to 2 or less at this meet are ridden by Flavien Prat?
Oh,
is it more or less than 90?
Yeah. He takes a lot of money, that's for sure.
Does look like the horse to beat. I smoked him out.
Does look to be the right one here. As are we going to Laurel next?
Well,
I'm
you're
saying
getting
goodbye.
a few minutes off.
Yes.
You'll be back.
I'll be back. I'll be back on that side of the table.
Yes, I'll be gone, but you'll be back.
Andy sticking
See you
around.
soon.
Greg Wolf coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way, guys. They will preview the rescheduled Pebbles on Sunday. Fast Market looking to do one better and pick up a stakes win of her own.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hey, buddy. Every year, Rerun provides more than 100 thoroughbreds a safe landing when they leave the track. The Rerun team carefully evaluates each horse and person who wants to adopt.
Our adopters, they're specifically screened so that they can address each horse's individual training needs to bring out the optimal result in them.
Some X-race horses may excel in the show ring as hunters or jumpers. Others are handy enough to become polo ponies. And a few, like Deregulation, are quiet enough to be leadline horses for people like 7-year-old Raina Richardson, shown here leading her dad.
That's the result of a lot of time and effort on so many parts for New York racing, taking a stand and making sure these horses have a place to go when they actually do retire. For the Take the Lead program and their vetting process, and also their funding, which enables us to function as we do.
NYRA fans will recognize My Boy Tate because the New York bred gelding earned most of his $837,000 in New York before retiring sound to Rerun.
Tate is going to go with some previous adopters, and he's going to be entered in the Retired Racehorse Makeover Project.
Malloy says Rerun horses like My Boy Tate and the easygoing son of American Pharaoh called Not Far Now will one day star in aftercare events that remind the public that horses should be respected at every stage of life.
Good to be with you on our continuing coverage here on this Friday afternoon of America's Day at the Races. For more information on how to start with an advantage, go to nybreds.com. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement. She'll be back with me on the desk in a little bit, so I get a little bit of Andy Serling before you say goodbye.
Yes. Happy
and we
to spend time with you.
The late pick 5 coming up.
We do. We do. We got a heavy favorite to start out on the outside with guess who?
It's amazing.
Broken
I mean, this
record.
is more than we saw with Rat Ortiz Jr. when he was getting overbet.
I agree. Now, on the other hand, Escape Hall is very much the horse to beat in this race. It's not a 1-5 shot or a 2-5 shot, but it's one to beat. But there's a race filled with unknowns, first-time starters, some sharp trainers, so a little strange.
All right, let's get back to Laurel.
Let's.
As we get set for race 5 here, as you see going to the gate. 5.5 furlong sprint on the grass here in the starter optional claiming field. And it's Uncle Dar, the 7-5 favorite.
I have an idea in this race. I think Uncle Dar is the favorite, is the horse to beat. But the 4 horse, that trainer has unusual numbers with turnbacks, cutbacks from routes to sprints on turf. So I'm going to bet a couple dollars on the 4.
Green Beans.
Yeah.
Turning back.
The trainer has crazy numbers with turnbacks. Crazy numbers. I'm going to give them to you in a second. 6 for 16 at an 864 ROI. Isn't that amazing?
Some recent sprints, though, were not that great.
They were not, but that was with a different barn, a trainer that's 0 for 25. And this barn wins at a higher percentage. Just thought a little interesting. Yeah. The store's bet a couple dollars on a big price.
Outside 13, Cahutek taking money too, a 2-1 second choice. Dave Rodman, the call here is the 5th from Laurel to start their pick 5.
Stella Lute, Uncle Dar is 6-5. Stella Lute. Cahutek. Second finish. And they're off. Green Beans stumbled badly at the start as last. Uncle Dar, the favorite from Beltane. Cahutek gets good position with speed on the outside. Then J.R. Jonesy settles in. Down inside is Uptown Eagles Landon, now moving to 4th. They're followed by Street Rocket, who's next at 6th position, is head on for the far turn. Round that turn is inch on and between rivals, and 3 wide. The count is on. Another 4 back, and it's Borletti racing on the inside. Great Artist is next, and Stellar Loot in green beans. Top of the stretch, and it's Uncle Dar for the long run home, more than a quarter of a mile to go. Cahutek on the outside, just about set down at the 3/16 mark. Here is Uncle Dar. Uncle Dar gives the cue and opens up 3 or 4. As Beltane moves to second, Cahutek is on a game chase. Uptown Eagles landed between horses. Then J.R. Jonesy trying to level off late in the game. A 6th length left to go. No messing around today as Uncle Dar has done it clear at the end. Uncle Dar, Beltane, and then Cahutek in a photo for place.
Uncle Dar became an overwhelming favorite. It was close for second. Maybe Cahutek, the 13.
Yeah, this horse was the worst to beat. There's no problem with that. It was certainly not a 1-5 shot on paper. And listen, I'm sorry, but you understand why bettors are getting frustrated. When this horse was 6-5 in the gate and went off at 1-5. Last race, 8-1, 6-1, 4-1, 5-2 in less than a minute. It's not an easy situation. This horse wins quite easily in here. It was the horse to beat, but 1-5. And my 4 horse, if anybody noticed on the head-on, literally fell to its face at the start.
Aqueduct, late pick 5. Again, starts in this race. When we come back from a timeout, New York bred, 30 maiden claiming 6 furlong sprint. Escape Hall, the big favorite. Good to have you with us on our Friday coverage here of America's Day at the Races as we get set for the start of the late pick 5. Again, a New York bred 30 maiden claiming 6 furlong sprint. To start it off, George Weaver Barn has 2 in here, including this one, the odds-on 2 to 5 favorite, Escape Paul, lowest level this 2-year-old will have run at yet in career start number 4. Let's head to Maggie.
With George Weaver's other horse, though, a first-time starter, as there are a few in here. Whiskey Runner, a son of Galilean who has yet to sire a first-time out 2-year-old starter. Though, if you go back a generation, the dam is half to Un Ojo, who was a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt. Now, looking at this guy, he definitely doesn't look like he wants any part of going long. He's very compact, very much of that sprinter ilk. About 90% fit. I do think he'll benefit from a start here overall, but does look strong and is quite, alert and keen. So therefore hinting to me, Greg, that he might have a little bit of early speed when they spring the latch.
All right, here's our post parade in progress. Tuscan Thunder David Donk will cut back and go to dirt.
Well, new gelding. Maybe that'll make the horse faster. Have to.
Winston D took no money against Tougher first out.
Yeah, I picked this horse second. Thought it was a little interesting.
First time starter for Ned Allard, Whiskey Stones.
More of a turf pedigree, but the trainer has good numbers, firsters and maiden claiming races, 2-year-olds, but only cost $2,000 at auction.
The other George Weaver, Whiskey Runner.
Yeah, as Maggie said, we're not getting much success from this stallion so far.
Sociably Johnny, Derek Ryan debuter.
Yeah, not really getting bet, but only one horse is getting bet.
This one right here, the 8 with Pratt looking for win number 3 on the day.
Looks like the controlling speed from the outside and a pretty likely winner, but I mean, the races aren't so good that you couldn't take a shot if you had an idea with somebody else. I just don't. The 3 is my other horse, Winston D.
All right, Pratt
I'm not even sure why.
What's that?
I'm not even sure why.
This one looks fairly tough to beat. We'll see. Dropping to this very low level. Let's go back to the debut. It was for a restricted maiden special at Saratoga this summer.
Right. Of course, it was second as a professional maiden. The winner caught everyone's attention because he made such a crazy run from well back in the pack. But he made that run because the race was collapsing, and they came back to earth when they tried the hopeful with him in a subsequent start. I thought Acacia made an interesting point to me earlier today. This horse was cranked up for his first start at Cape Hall, and that's probably why he ran so badly in his second start. So was he one that was cranked up first time? We aren't going to see it again. My answer to that, and she wasn't picking against, she wasn't wildly against the horse, is maybe now making the 4th start, probably get a better performance. But no superstar for a 3 to 5 shot. The question is there somebody else you want? And the only other horse that's taking money is the Weaver first-time starter, a homebred for West Point Stable. And West Point horses almost always take money because they have a very loyal ownership group.
Relative to this field, this horse may be, at least in this race, a superstar with what he's done.
What, the 8?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, the 8 is a very likely winner on paper because the ones that ran have done no real running in their races, and there's nothing about any of the first-time starters that is particularly exciting. One thing I'll say about the 5 Whiskey Stones, first-time starting 2-year-olds in maiden claiming dirt sprints. Ned Allard is 5 for 19 with 10 hitting the board and 258 ROI. The problem is, even though Bustin' Stones, you get some speed, only $2,000 for this horse. So especially a New York bred, that is not exciting to see they paid so little. As the New York breds, they'll get money. They sell pretty well. I mean, the New York bred program is strong.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And yes, you could say that Escape Hall looks exceptionally well against this field. It's all about who you're facing, not sometimes who you actually are. But there's a lot of unknowns in here, and picking up with the conversation of those first-time starters and looking at number 5, Whiskey Stones. Yes, they only paid $2,000, but don't forget that's a Keeneland mix sale, so it's not it's not like a prestige, and granted, he didn't get into one of the more select yearling sales, but anyway, it is what it is. And furthermore, Bustin' Stones, I find if they are purchased, never sell for much, because generally when they're that young, they are tiny. This guy actually isn't that tiny for a Bustin' Stones. the thing with Weston Stones that's a positive is that he hits a 20% with his first time starting 2-year-olds. Now, this guy, while he was well behaved in the paddock, he has been green out on the racetrack here. And you know, I'm the biggest Ned Allard fan, and that stat that Andy brought up is telling. I just wish this guy looked more fit to back it up when it comes to this individual case. So again, another one that's definitely dirt sprint meant. Although there is all turf on the bottom side, he looks much more like a dirt sprinter, and he could show a bit of speed. I'm interested in the horse that's not taking any money of the first time starters, and I am picking him purely because I want to draw a little bit of attention to him. I have no problems with Escape Paul. He is much the horse to beat and probably will win this race doing cartwheels down the stretch here, figure of speech. But Sociably Johnny, a son of Solimini, the dam, she only ran on the synthetic and turf, and the best horses have been, lower level dirt sprinters, though, is a full brother to Olivia's Grace, who, okay, on turf sprinting. Does have a little bit of slacker pasture, and so wondering if maybe this isn't quite the right surface for him, but he just impressed me. In the paddock, the whole Atlantic 6 crew are here today to cheer on this guy, as we well know them for their relationship with Bookham Dano, the owners of Bookham Dano, I should say. And he just looks strong, he looks fit, and he's been a professional throughout. So again, as Andy pointed out, not taking much money, that's never a good sign, but one of the first-time starters that just ticked every box for me. So I'm going to highlight him as my pick. But number 3, Winston D. didn't do any running first time out in my estimation, though he also didn't look fit, and that was a better field, as he is a lot more fit today, a lot more tucked up through that flank, through that barrel, and though he was a little bit tough to saddle, and sometimes you get that nervous energy in their second starts, and he was displaying that, I do think with a drop in class, a race under his belt, he'll at least run better. I don't think it'll necessarily be enough to take down Escape Paul, though. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see what happens here, 2 to 5. Wow, we are seeing some short prices here.
Well, part of it is that the only horse taking money is George's other horse, Weaver's other horse, Whiskey Runner, the firster. Nobody in here is taking any money. And is it partly because they're scared of the 8? Yes, but there's just nobody that's even that live in this race. I mean, I picked the 8. I would never bet this horse at 2 to 5, but the problem for me is I don't have somebody else to bet, and I'm not picking against heavy favorites just to do it. I've got to be ready to bet my money, and I am not betting my money on anybody against the 8 in here.
When you look at the rest of the sequence, in terms of the pick 5, is there value beyond this race?
I don't know. You never know. I mean, the 5, 6, and 7 look like the logicals in the next race. The horse I'm a little interested in the 7th is the 5, Sight to See. I would use that horse in Sassy Princess. Maybe a little another cliche, the 9. I like Grace and Grit, but I'll pick the only Linda Rice horse to lose today, but I do like Grace and Grit. But I could use the 6, Kara's Dreamweaver at a price in there.
I'm interested to see Charge Nurse in the 8th. If that horse can do anything.
I'll be shocked. You are much kinder with shippers than I am. I want to see a horse from Charlestown stretch out to 1 1/8 and win here. I wouldn't bet that horse, but good luck.
2 to 5 favorite. Escape Paul. George Weaver has the first timer as well as 6, Whiskey Runner. Manny Franco rides. There's a 3. Not being easy going in here for trainer Melanie Giddings.
That was my second choice. I don't know what this
67 to 1 in the debut.
This is a softer field.
Better be.
It's a softer. It may not be soft enough, but it's a softer field.
Well, let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
So this horse was flashing that speed at Del Mar, Monmouth, Laurel, on the grass. Maybe coming back. I know this is one of the angles you like, doing something.
Sociably Johnny. Sociably Johnny hesitates. Right up to the gate. Goes in. and Escape Hall. All set. And they're off. Hopping in the air at the start was Richie's Love. Winston D is asked for speed, and there's Whiskey Runner in the early mix too, and these two head and head early as they hook up early. Winston D now with a neck advantage over Whiskey Runner. Back to second. Escape Hall is right towards their outside in third. 2.5 in front of Whiskey Stones, who's in fourth. Then comes Sociably Johnny in fifth. Far back here, Tuscan Thunder, and very distant, not being persisted with, is going to be Richie's Love, who's the trailer. 22.46 for that opening quarter mile. Winston D is the leader. Right there in second, Whiskey Runner. Escape Hall is looming up on the outside. Sociably Johnny starts to warm to the task from fourth, but still has 5-6 lengths to make up. And the big favorite is ready to take command as they reach the top of the stretch. Escape Hall has taken the lead. Escape Hall is trying to put away Whiskey Runner in between horses. Right there is Winston D2, but Escape Hall has a furlong left to go and no danger in sight. Escape Hall is opening up here through the lane. A 16th left to go. Short price favorite. Flavia and Pratt with 3 on the day. Escape Hall, much the best winner. Escape Hall will win it. Sociably Johnny up for second. Then came Whiskey Runner and Winston D in 1 minute 10 and 4.
Pratt took the first 2 on the card, adds another with Escape Hall here for George Weaver. Heavy favorite at 2-5.
Winning like a 2-5 shot should. Good call by Maggie. Picking up the pieces for second. Her 7, Sociably Johnny at 14-1. Gets the money at second, picking up the pieces on the 3 and 6 late. But no doubt about this winner. Another winner for Flavian at a short price.
3-win day, as you heard, for the Running Eclipse Award winner, Flavian Pratt. And
over yet.
Easy time here for the big favorite.
Yeah. Stalked, pounced, galloped.
But creating value underneath.
No, it was a good call by Maggie. Excellent call by her.
$9, I believe, for $1.
There you go. Nice call.
8-7 exacted.
All right.
8-7-6-3 finish. Long way back to the runner-up at 14-1. 6 checks in third. The George Weaver runner as well. He's first and third here in the 5th. So late pick 5 begins with an odds-on favorite. Very short price at 2-5. Prices set up to pick 4 when we come back.
$1,600,000, thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear. 2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on our Friday coverage, and this is right around the corner as we get into December opening day at Laurel Park out in Hot Springs. December 12th, we will have meet-long coverage. Arkansas Derby Day, sold out, but don't worry, you can watch it here.
So, I mean, seats are sold out, or there's no admission left? I don't buy that.
No seats left.
No seats. Well, plenty of standing
Even
room.
for you.
Well,
I inquired, called them up yesterday. I said, Andy Sterling's looking for 2 seats. They hung up on me.
Yeah, well, that's no surprise. Using my name gets you hung up in a lot of cases, especially in horse racing.
So December 12th, opening day. We look forward to it. Very competitive meet, as always. That man right there. 3 wins already through 5 races. Flavien Prat teams up with George Weaver, who runs first and third here.
Yeah, tough beat for his other horse, who did a lot of the dirty work, battling with the 3 and getting picked up at the end. But this horse, an easy winner. See if Flavien gets, what's her name, home in the last race today, Ori, he'd probably just give him the Eclipse after the race. I say you should get the Eclipse. You get the Eclipse not for winning grade 1s, but for winning with horses that never win.
Yes.
Seriously.
Yes. Should look at that a little bit
get
harder.
Ori home going long.
The grade 1 winners are probably the ones that are supposed to win. Escape Hall. Lowest level he had run at yet. And again, we talk about pick 5s all the time. And short price, odds on favorites. It can still pay with 1 in the mix.
The biggest misconception, and there's people who have unfortunately pushed this forward on social media, is to try to beat favorites in multi-race sequences. Yeah, obviously you don't want to hook up 5 straight 2-to-5 shots, but you can get 2 of them home in a sequence and still get good payoffs. You know this quite well. You can use them as your friend to lean heavily on them, because as a very wise bettor told me years ago, pick 6s before the pick 5 are not. The couple of short prices have nothing to do with the final payoff. It's you can find prices somewhere.
Up next, race 6. 2-year-olds in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift with the 6-time reigning champion General Sire. Into Mischief, sire of the Derby, Belmont and Travers winner, Sovereignty. So maiden special weight for New York breds on the grass at 6 furlongs. 9-5 on George Weaver, true legend. Manny Franco will be aboard. First start went very well. What happened at start number 2?
I think that's a very, very fair question, but I don't really have an answer to it. Can I tell you?
As an odds-on 3-5 favorite, yeah, disappointed running 4th after being forward early.
Yeah, I mean, probably a little over bet, frankly, second time out, but was bad last time out. I mean, the truth was, as you may remember, I don't know if I was in the air with you or Acacia, but I said a number of times the horse who won Chummer should have been favored. And that horse won. I just think that horse was overbet last time. But you're right, did not run well.
See if Weaver can add another one in here. Pratt will go for number 4 on Thirsted.
I like 6s and 7s here.
Turf debut wasn't bad at all for Thirsted. We'll get in deeper into this pick 4 post-parade when we come back. Back with you on our Friday coverage here on America's Day at the Races as we were discussing best cereals of all time during the break.
Greg doesn't believe me that as a kid they had they did a study on the healthiest breakfast, the cereals, and Kaboom, going back to the 60s or 70s, Kaboom was rated second.
I believe that happened. I think it was a fraudulent poll. I would
really?
love to see who was in charge of that.
Do you think it's
poll.
like that Seinfeld with the yogurt? Remember that whole, there was a whole controversy with that?
Rescheduled, coming up on what will be the final day of turf action for the meet for the winter. Grade 3 pebbles. Now, as you told me during the break, at a mile and a 16th. Fast market, the rail. John Terranova took a while to get that first win, took 9 starts, and then first try against winners was in the Grade 2 Sands Point. Nearly won the race.
She was the horse to beat last week. I think she's even more the horse to beat in the sense that she drew the inside. She had post 5 and Peak Hype had post 6. Now it's 1 and 8, and that's a big difference. So I think that gives her a bigger advantage. She's the one to beat. She's done it. She's in great form. She's improved for John Terranova, and she's absolutely the horse to beat. But there is a new player that was not entered last week. Feels like Brad Cox looked at last week's race and went, I got a horse that should be running in
Sweet
here.
Treasure.
Sweet Treasure off a nice win at Keeneland with a perfect trip. And she's coming here, and she's a narrow third choice.
Yeah, and yeah, for Peak High, tough to draw that outside post. That first turn comes up fairly quick. But we'll have that for you on Sunday as we go back to Laurel, race 6. And the big favorite outside, Juniper's Jubilee at 9-5, start number 3 for the Gary Capuano barn. Let's go to Dave Rodman.
Juniper's Jubilee. Juniper's Jubilee 3-2 entering. And they're off. Kiss Me Mo, My Girl Back Home, hustled up for early speed, and Juniper's Jubilee right there, too, with early pace. Sweet Lexi broke with him, but suddenly dropped back a bit. 4 or 5 lengths off the speed. Ludmila's about 6 off the front. On the outside, Hoof and Boots is racing in the clear and out of trouble today. Pokey Dot is just behind that group. And they are followed by Quality Swag as they head on for the far turn run. Half mile left to go. And there goes Juniper's Jubilee. Juniper's Jubilee opens up a 2-length advantage. Juniper's Jubilee from My Girl Back Home. And now Ludmilla getting interested just to the outside of Kiss Me Mo. Another 5 lengths back. Hoof and Boots is trying to pick it up. Has 9 to make up. Sweet Lexi on the inside. Pokey Dot even paced. And Quality Swag is the trailer. 1/4 mile left to go. Juniper's Jubilee has the lead from My Girl Back Home. Ludmilla trying to sustain on the outside. Then Kiss Me Mo is 4th, angling outside of that pair. Coming to the last furlong. Ludmilla, they got a bad no business today. And Ludmilla first out. Ludmilla looking good. Ludmilla by 2-3 lengths. Ludmilla, she's going to streak home. Ludmilla and Jean Brasino. That's what $1 million is all about. Ludmilla. Ludmilla by 5. Juniper's Jubilee. And then it was Kiss Me Mo, My Girl Back Home.
Yeah, a $1 million daughter of Gunrunner making the debut. And so far, so good.
I didn't make this horse 8-1 morning line. Yeah, runs by the heavy favorite quite easily in the stretch. Gonna have to do a lot more to make the $1 million worthwhile, but as a filly, it's not a bad pedigree. It's actually a decent dam side pedigree, but a gun runner. These gun runners are unbelievable, and I gotta tell you, I love hearing Dave Rodman call. I think Dave Rodman's one of the absolute best announcers in the country, and they're very lucky to have him down in Maryland.
5-2 on that first-time starter is the second choice as we get back to New York, and the late pick 4 begins here in the 6 furlong turf sprint. True Legend. George Weaver, start number 3. Will today be the day? 3-2 favorite. Manny Franco will be aboard, but has some things to correct after getting beat at 3-5 in start number 2.
I mean, listen, like the public, I have the 5, 6, and 7 as my first 3 choices in here. The only first to right now taking money is the 3 Major Bourbon. I don't like True Legend of the 3. I picked him 3rd of the 3. He could win, but I think Thurston ran better than he did in the last start and could improve off that. And I think Galillo is a horse that's going to run better today. I picked the 6 Galillo. I don't think I'm going to get 4-1. If I did, I would bet.
The 9, by the way, at 20-1. Second dam, Kentucky Oaks and Alabama winner, Proud Spell.
Yes, a terrific horse, Proud Spell, but a dirt router. This dam herself was unraced, and she has produced 3 horses in the dirt that couldn't run a step. This one is a war dancer, though. I thought the 8 might be a little interesting. It is the law.
Yeah, kid that's Tekka, 3-time winner on the turf produced, and then another 5-time winner was produced on the grass. Let's go down to Maggie.
And while we see 3-2 on number 5, True Legend, whom I have no problems with here in the paddock, I'm of the same mind as Andy with number 7 in here, Thirsted. Second try on the turf for his 3rd start, and he's one that I liked first time out, but typical of Michelle Nevin, just looked like he needed one. And he improved nicely while chasing on the inside, kind of ran on with the winner through the lane there in Chummers, and I think this horse takes the next step forward for his 3rd start. He looks sensational here in the paddock. He has a lovely frame to him naturally, very well balanced and athletic looking, but he presents himself now as a fit horse, as a sharp and clued in animal. So I am going to take Thirsted in here. Flavian Pratt can get another winner. Going for history again, possibly, Flavian, as we'll take a look at some first-time starters. Number 3 in here is Major Bourbon, is a son of Vacoma, always kind of pick my head up when we see Vacomas because he's so good first time out with his juveniles, hitting at 24%. Now, there isn't much immediate pedigree. The dam was half to a decent turf runner in England, so there's some turf if you go back a generation. Looking at it, this horse in here, I'm not overly convinced that it's a turf sprinter. He is wearing blinkers first time out here. I just think he needs to develop a little bit more to get, while he looks fit, maybe just strengthen up. I agree with Andy, though, that the first time starter that I think is the most intriguing is number 8, Tis Laurie. As this one only sold for $45,000 at the Fasig Tibden sale, but you know, it was that kind of messed up sale, for lack of a better way to put it, where they had a deluge of rain and had to reschedule, and not a lot of horses working particularly well. He was one of them. He did not work well at 22-3 and being asked a lot, though did move, in my estimation, more like a turf horse, as he is also half to 2 turf winners from 3 siblings to try it, and looks well spotted here. I know wearing front wraps, but that's Chris Englehart. Everything wears 4 wraps, no matter what surface they're running on. And a good sized horse too. Like the way that he's put together, but does probably look as though a race is beneficial. Again, this is the end of turf season, so he'll probably have to wait to do it off another layoff when they come back. But again, I think the horses that have run here, Greg, are the ones you want. They look awfully tough in the paddock.
All right, thank you, Maggie. 7 minutes away from the start of the late pick 4. As you get a look at, this first-timer who the dam produced, we mentioned a 3-time winner in the grass, a 5-time winner in the grass, and this one will debut for Chris Englehart with Javier Castellano.
And this one gets, those horses were sharp as Tekkas. This horse is a Tis the Law, is a better turf influence. We'll see. Maggie seems to think might need a race, but, probably the case, but I could throw that horse in. I like the 6 and 7. I think the 5 is a bad bet as the favorite, and here could win, but I'm not thrilled. I'm going to bet the 6 to win in box 6-7.
But let's assume for a moment that the 5 can run back to the debut. What would you put the odds at of winning? 85%?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
No.
What would you put them at?
I don't know. I don't know. I think you thought the debut was that good? I didn't. I thought it was a 4-horse photo at the wire. No, we disagree.
All right.
I mean, he can win. I'm not.
No, I'm not. I was just asking.
Yeah, I know. I don't think that the 5 is that good. I mean, she could win. I don't think that if you knew you were going to run the debut, I think that be about a 5-2 shot like everybody else.
Never say uncle. First timer for Terra Nova went by. Here's the 3, Major Bourbon. Mark Hennig.
This horse is getting a little bit of money here. No real turf pedigree to speak of, and a $7,000. This is Scat Daddy Dam though, so.
Jenna Antonucci with first-time starter Abacus.
Didn't see much pedigree to speak of on this one. The second dam was an okay turf horse.
There's the favorite went by.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be wrong about this horse.
Diliello looked good first couple of starts and kind of has gone backwards a bit.
I didn't like the trip last time out. Actually, this horse ran okay last time. I think that last effort's better than it looks.
Thurston went by. Pratt looking for number 4.
I like Thurston. I thought he improved on turf and would run better today.
Here's the interesting pedigree debuter.
Yep.
Tis Laurie. And then Take a Stance. War Dancer, of course, incredibly productive on the grass, and a big second dam in that pedigree with the proud spell, the Oaks and Alabama winner. But, yeah, more dirt,
great
obviously.
Alabama. She beat Music Note in a prolonged stretch duel. We should show that in the show. Proud Spells Alabama. It was a great, great race. She's some horse, Proud Spell.
Incredible. For Larry Jones.
Yep. Gabriel Sy. I think Gabriel Sy is that horse, right?
Let's go back to Thurston. Take a look at the turf debut from this one. And it was October 11th, right here on the inside.
Thought ran fine. I mean, I don't have a lot to say. Finished a length and a half ahead of the favorite in that race. I thought the favorite ran fine also, but, you know, I just thought Thurston could build on that and run better for Michelle. Improved a lot on the turf second time out. But like I said, I prefer the 6, so I prefer the horse that did not run in this race. I think the 6 has been running against better horses overall. We'll find out if I'm right.
This will start number 2 for Thurston, but the turf debut. Pratt will hop aboard today. That's going to, well, amazingly,
he's not going to be favored.
That much.
He's not going to be favored. Yeah.
Right at
rare
his
opportunity to
line.
bet Flavien Prat is not the favorite. Doesn't happen too often. And it probably won't be happening a lot this winter. What do you think, Greg?
Probably not.
Expecting a long winter of Flavien on relatively short prices.
And I would assume with True Legend, got off to a bit of a slow start in that debut, was more forward in that second start, but then backed up a bit. What are they going to try and do tactically here?
I mean, I would think they would be aggressive. I don't think you want to rate this horse. I think he'll be in front with Thurston sitting second, and we'll see what DeLeo does. DeLeo's had more speed in DeLillo in the other races and didn't really show any last time. We'll see if has more speed today. And, you know, you just don't know with firsters. I mean, there could be a firster in here that's got a lot of speed. You just don't have any way of knowing. Or I don't have any way of knowing.
9-5 on this one right here. Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, your favorite does look good here on the track in the paddock. True Legend, I did think, you know, he kind of was pressured a little bit, had a bit of more company up front than maybe he wanted, but still, I am of the mind that your second choice, Thurston, ran a bit better. But let's check in with number 6, Diliello. As I agree with Andy, he was a bit further back than anticipated last time out, but he's also a lot sharper today. And he was like that in some of his earlier races too. He's been a little bit of a handful for Ricardo Santana in the warm-ups here, but you know, looks great. Is a horse that has always looked good. Is a bit of a bigger horse, much like your favorite True Legend in here. They don't look like your typical turf sprinters, so you can see why they tried to stretch Diliello out, because he has a lot of scope to his frame, but he's kind of run the same race no matter what distance he's going. But I do think we'll see him a bit more forwardly placed in this effort today. As we'll also take a look at number 1, Mo Curls, whom I believe is a private purchase out of his debut, which wasn't that good. So now they're going to go to the turf, despite him not having any turf pedigree other than being out of a more than ready mare. I don't really see it. Does have a little bit of a higher knee action overall. The blinkers go on. Look, he's a big price if you like him, fine. But I was kind of scratching my head a little bit about him in this spot here. Does go out for George Weaver, obviously. That's something you always should pay attention to as well, but I'm not seeing much difference from first to second start either. Greg?
I don't think Maggie's right about this horse being a private purchase. I think I looked it up. I'm going to actually watch and look at the silks. I think Mo Curls was Reeves Thoroughbred's first time out. Yeah, it's not a private purchase. Thank you, Acacia. Yeah, I looked this up. This was the Reeves' first time. I think they probably sent the horse to Presque Isle, and that's why Kevin Rice had this horse and then shipped it to run at Aqueduct. But this was not a private purchase. Not that it matters that much.
So here we go, onto the turf course. 2-1 favorite, True Legend. And we'll see if today is the day. Thirsted, meanwhile, price is starting to come down a little bit, down to 5-2.
They're all similar prices, and that's no surprise. They probably should be. It's a little bit of a juggle, you know. We'll see what happens. I think the 6 will run better today, but I could be wrong.
Started out, first couple of tries, at 5.5 on the grass, including against Spirit of New York in that debut. It's come back to look pretty good. Second start, Chummers came back to win out of that race.
This might be the last turf sprint of the year. I'm not sure if both races tomorrow are routes or not, to look that up. Coming to the end of turf season.
And we are Sunday, our final day of action. We got a couple of stakes on the grass to end it with Forever Together and the Pebbles. Here we go. Late pick 4 starts in this one. Coming up, George Weaver Barn looking to win another here. Manny Franco on this third-time starter, who was a lot more forward with a better break last start. We'll see if this one tries to lead the way as we send it upstairs. Anything to add?
Nope.
Chris Griffin, the call.
Never Say Uncle. Major Bourbon. Thirsted. Abacus. Tis Laurie. Take a Stance. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Off very slowly was Major Bourbon and Take a Stance. They're the 2 trailers. Right to the front, it's True Legend. Manny Franco on the engine. They're up by a half length. Here comes Thirsted to join that early leader. Dilliello is just off of them as a tracking third. Another 2 lengths in front of Abacus, who's shoved along here from fourth. Out wider, there's the gray Tis Laurie. At the rail comes Mo Curls. Further back in the field is Take a Stance. Then comes Major Bourbon. And far back, it's Never Say Uncle. 22.28 for that opening quarter mile. The leader is True Legend. Thirsted right to the outside, ready to pounce, and Dilliello's now under the shove, is right there 3 lengths off the battling leaders. From the back, trying to run on, is Abacus in fourth, then in fifth, Tis Laurie. Out wider, Take a Stance. The rest got to pick it up as they reach the top of the lane. True Legend is trying to shake loose, is doing just that. Hugs the rail nicely, and True Legend is up by 3. 4 widening lengths. Dilliello has moved to the outside here of Thirsted. Seems to be the only one within range, but True Legend is strong here with a 16th left to go. And just as I say that, starts to shorten strides. Dilliello is trying to time it perfectly, and Dilliello will get up. Dilliello will win it. True Legend tried to hang on there for second with Tis Laurie running on in a photo. Then came Mo Curls and Abacus in 1 minute 9 and 4.
Dilliello with the win, 5-2. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Tom Morley.
Well, True Legend got dueled into submission with Thirsted going a pretty rapid first quarter. And while it looked like he drew off in the stretch, you could see him start to get leg worry around the 8th pole. And I think he just held on for second, unfortunately. I needed the 8 for second. But, you know, you got to give a lot of credit to Ricardo Santana. He was not going to let happen what happened last time. To be fair to him, he tried to motivate last time and he didn't have speed, but he rode this horse every single step of the 6 furlongs in today's race, right? I mean, it's like literally, I mean, this was like, usually we see Manny Franco ride horses like that, you know? But I mean, Ricardo's got to be exhausted. Tom, I think you should give Ricardo a little something. Maggie, take care of that. Give him a little something extra because, geez, did he ride this horse hard the whole way.
He's probably okay. He's about one of the most fit riders in the country.
He's a little more fit after that one.
6'8", 5'4", Dilliello.
He got second? Yes, yes. I didn't think he got second.
Tis Laurie, yeah, the one you mentioned with the pedigree, gets up for second and 9-1.
Excellent.
And for True Legend, it worked out.
He ran well, don't you think? I mean, 44.93 and a half. I mean, look at where the seventh finished. I mean, I got a little lucky here, to be honest.
You got very lucky.
Yeah, I mean, not just to get second. No, not just to get second, but The
fast
5 was
fractions,
probably the right favorite in there. The 5 ran. It's hard to know the 7 was going to push this horse that hard.
6-8-5-4. On that note,
now I'm done.
Cashing and gone. Mike drop Andy Serling. He's out.
I am done. My Naira Bets
Acacia
account
Clement
growing.
Joining me back on the desk when we return, it is Diliello, Morley, Santana, Twin Sports Racing in the 6th.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, and 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Kilwin, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2 as Diliello was able to take advantage of dueling leaders, sat in the perfect spot, and was able to graduate here in start number 6. Ricardo Santana aboard for Tom Morley as Tom, he's a funny horse. He runs with his tongue out despite not having a tongue tie on. That's not very common, right?
No, but he wore a tongue tie with Carlos, and I guess he's just used to it. He hangs it out the side of his mouth every morning when we put the bridle on him, and Zach Sell just texts me, thank God the tongue was hanging out. So no, I'm thrilled for him.
A little Michael Jordan-esque, but you know, last time I thought he was further back. It was Ricardo's first time on him. It was the first start for your barn, and today he was sharper, and Ricardo made sure he was forwardly placed.
Yeah, we you know, last start was our first go with him, and you just want everything to go right, but we learned a lot that day, and he was cutting back in trip, having gone long twice. So Ricardo said to me, you know, a little bit of his speed is gone. So today we came in with a game plan in the warm-up, give him a nice aggressive warm-up, keep him moving behind the gate. You got to keep him, you know, head in the game and ready to break. And he said, look, I'm going to try and be aggressive. He's not fast enough to be in front, but I've got to try and be within striking range. And when he got to the top of the lane, and he was, I thought it was an excellent ride.
I know you're a loyal guy and you have a very good relationship with Ricardo's agent, PJ Campo. But talk a little bit about, you know, having the working relationship now with Ricardo, who has moved his tack here since the springtime.
Yeah, he's been fabulous. You know, he's been in, he's worked a lot of our 2-year-olds. He's very excited about next year. We look like, for the first time in a while, we've got a really, really strong group of juveniles to go into next year with. So that's very exciting. And he's as excited as we are about it.
Well done. Congratulations here with Dilly. Jury's still out. How did they say we're supposed to say it?
No, I'm leaving that to you.
Oh, okay. Diliello, Delilo. I'm sure Jonathan Rapp will correct us. It's his name for a good friend of his. But nonetheless, he graduates today, Greg.
Breaks through start number 6. I always love to see the Maggie Tom interviews.
It's fun. It's honestly, I mean, Maggie has more experience than I do, but Interviewing your husband, I find it a little bit stressful sometimes. You never know what they're going to say.
Miguel's getting a lot better. Well, he gets a lot of practice, too.
Yeah, he's gotten better. He's gotten better. But Tom did an excellent job there, and Tom's been on fire recently.
Yeah.
Barn has been going
Terrific
really,
meet.
really well, and liked what he said about figuring things out with this horse. And I agree, Ricardo did an excellent job in putting him in the right spot today.
Almost 40% at the meet. Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old race of the day. I'll try my best. Dilliello, $7.18 for the win. Says Lowry, that firster with the pedigree, winds up second at 9-1, and then favorite True Legend. And pretty fast early, but backs up to third. But it did run a good race in defeat. Let's take a look at the pick 5 to this point with 3 legs remaining in here, which will set up this next race in just a moment. Everyone had escape hall. And we'll see what happens the rest of the way.
Yeah, Dilliello was a $7 winner, but I thought very logical. Kind of one of the horses. It seemed that between 5, 6, and 7 with experience in that race, they were kind of the ones that you wanted. So we'll see what happens moving on. I thought you have the number 1 at 3-2 right now on best impression, but I actually thought that there were a few other ways we could go in this upcoming 7th race.
Fillies, mares 3 and up, condition claiming group here, all for sale for just over $17,000. 1 turn mile. And yeah, it feels like a pretty competitive group where I don't think we're going to see 8-5 on best impression. We'll get back early money. We'll return to this in a moment. Late pick 3 starts in the 7th race. Coming up, more from Laurel on the way as well. Race 7, 5.5 on the lawn, and that is the current favorite in this allowance optional claiming race, Independence Avenue. Arnaud Delacour, stay with us. Back on our Friday action as we get set for race 7 at Laurel. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the lawn. This allowance optional claiming field with a favorite is the 7, Independence Avenue. Off since early June at Delaware, 4-time winner on the lawn. Let's take a look at this field here in the post parade, and Missoula will start things off.
Faced much tougher in New York last time out, so returning to the Laurel circuit, she was just kind of run off her feet behind faster horses that she just couldn't quite keep up with.
Jamie Nesbarn Simply Stated the 4.
Does go back to the turf, was claimed out of a turf race 2 starts back when ran on actually pretty well between horses.
Way too big a price and a major player. The 5, Somnium, coming out of a grade 3.
Yeah, I would imagine that she will go down in price, but she finished an okay 4th on the rail behind Love Surveyor.
Quadra, blinkers on.
It does have speed. With the addition of those blinkers, should be forward.
Independence Avenue, who was favored, now second choice.
A very energetic individual. Comes back off a bit of a layoff for Arnaud Delacour.
Here's Golden Rocket, Jamie Ness, 6-year-old mare.
She's been around for a while. You might remember her on the Naira circuit, winning some New York bred stakes around here.
7 for 12 on the lawn for the 10.
Yeah, she comes out of the Sensible Lady Turf Dash last time out behind Tupi, so softer company here.
Makanga we have not seen since November 8th of 24.
Yeah, when she ran in the Pebbles here in New York, she was going 1 mile and 3/8 along on the turf prior to that, but she's one that always did a lot before her races. I wonder if she's so sharp. That's why they're cutting her
Second
back.
in the Sands Point. Some big efforts. And then Mary Q on the outside for Michael Moore, the 15.
Yeah, don't forget about her. Finished 3rd sprinting on the grass last time.
5-2 favorite. Jamie Nesbarn, Simply Stated, getting back on turf.
I agree with you about the 5, though. Somnium, not only did she try a graded stake last time out, but she's also the half-sister to Caravel and Whitty, so big, big pedigree for her to be a talented turf sprinter.
Caravel, who my old partner said even more strongly had 0 chance to win. Why was she in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint? Which led me to bet more. She won at 43-1.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I bet her too, actually.
Let's go to Dave Rodman.
Evan is my witness.
Mary Q.
I had to get that in. Can we try and kill them before?
Very quick away is sent out for early speed along with Makanga. Missoula right there at the rail racing in 3rd position. Golden Rock. And Avenue down inside there in 5th. Simply Stated is racing 6th. Then it's a Nada on the outside. Somnium is in between horses, a good 7 or 8 lengths from the front. And Mary Q in the light blue sleeves is trailing the field into the far turn run, where it's Quadra pouring on the speed. Quadra from Makanga. Then Missoula 3rd to the inside as Nada gets underway wide out of the track. And Golden Rocket is in between rivals. Independence Avenue is saving ground. They're followed by Simply Stated. It'll angle to the far center of the course into the stretch, 1/4 mile left to go. Quadra, Forest Boys trying to go nonstop, and look at Quadra, she's full of run by 3, 1 furlong left to go. Quadra from Makanga inside Missoula giving a good late run. Extreme outside Somnium. Here comes Somnium gobbling up the ground inside Missoula. Missoula, Somnium closing in on Quadra. Here is Missoula. Missoula in a photo, a 3-way go for second. Impossible to tell from here.
Missoula, the inside, the win, and then a bunch of them.
Yeah, late flying run from Somnium, who we talked about after trying, excuse me, the Glen Cove last time out. Quadra hit the front, and it's that long stretch at Laurel, but ducking down to the inside. Another win today for Yetsit Hazelwood, who's aboard Missoula, who has found her home sprinting and appreciated getting back to the Mid-Atlantic.
All right, we'll make it official for Underneath. When we come back, 7-1, Missoula here in the 7th from Laurel, from Kerry Raven. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we will look ahead to the weekend. And what a fan I am of this horse, Bank Frenzy. 10 for 20, lifetime. Back to work in the Thunder Rumble in a rematch with Doc Sullivan. Stay tuned.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Makoma broke well on the outside. And
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Makoma, the one to catch. Makoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
Alapa means everything to me and my family. We moved out here about 5 years ago. Since then, every waking day and hour has been spent building this place into what it is now. It's really a spiritual, amazing place where we try to raise the best horses in the world. My brothers, me, my mom, my dad have such a passion for this place, and we're continuing to try to better it every day. Selling's a huge part of our business. This September, we have a really big, great consignment of horses. Backing off of a very successful Saratoga season is hugely important and fulfilling for us to be able to help people achieve their dreams of selling a high-dollar horse or buying a high-dollar thoroughbred.
It's just so peaceful out here. It's a great environment for these horses. They really stay calm and relaxed out here. I grew up as a kid, you know, watching Curlin, and he was like a superhero to me. So definitely a special opportunity to be able to work with a horse like him. Curlin obviously is taking on the torch for Smart Strike and Mr. Prospector. So it's great to have, you know, a son like Good Magic here who we think is his best son. You know, the quality of mares that Good Magic has bred in such a short career already is just second to none. One of the most exciting things for us right now is this really good core group of young horses that we have that have came in here over the last few years. You know, you go back and look at Charlatan, who has 2-year-olds this year. You know, they've sold extremely well. Arabian Night, who we just got last year, just finished his first season with us. Just a super classy, impressive son of Uncle Mo. We're really combining the history of this place along with building up for a new future.
Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As we get set for race 7, approaching the 5-minute mark to post in this one-turn mile condition claiming race. And the favorite at 9 to 5 still, I don't believe, will be favored by the time the gates open. That's probably going to be the 3, but for now, it's this one right here, best impression.
Yeah, a bit surprising. She's one of those horses that she kind of runs the same race every time. She's always right there. She finished second in her last 2 and third prior to that, so you have to respect how she's consistent. It's just she's really not a winning type. She's had 11 starts, 2 wins, yes, but 4 seconds, and she seems to be one of those horses that just kind of runs to her competition. So I respect her as far as being able to grab a share, but at a short price, I think she's a bit tough to take as a win candidate.
There's those prices from Laurel. It was Quadra and Somnium, second and third. It was tight behind Missoula, but 165 in that 7th, $17.60 winner in that turf sprint. And now the 3 has become the favorite, as we expected here. Sassy Princess, 14th start of her career, Acacia.
the dirt debut, and it was a pretty good one relative to this field.
Yeah, she'd run on the dirt once before, but it was her first fast main track. Her first dirt race was on a wet track against maiden special weight at Churchill back in 2023. And after that, she'd been on the turf. And I think Amelia Green has just kind of figured her out, switching her to the main track last time out. It was also her first start with blinkers. I thought she ran exceptionally well, and I know it was sprinting, but as you can see by her size, she's a horse that does want to go long, and she's run well going long on the turf, so I have no problem with her stretching out, and I think she should be the favorite given how well she finished last time out.
All right, now we'll take a look at that dirt effort back on October 26th.
She actually broke well and then kind of settled off the pace, and she ran on up the inside, and she was right there, just slightly second best behind Max Luna. But like I said, I thought she ran exceptionally well. She picks up Manny Franco here. She stretches out and maybe will be a little bit more forward, given that she gets to go a bit longer, which I think is what she wants to do.
And as you said, I think it gives you confidence that she's actually won multiple times going long on the grass. As you see Manny get a leg up. 3-2 favorite, Sassy Princess for Amelia Green. 3-2 right now as we get set for this post parade coming up. And we'll talk through the rest of this field as well. Sight to see. I thought some interesting things with the 5, but some lengths to make up on best impression from last time out. And here is that one who opened as the favorite for Michelle Gianggiulio.
Has yet to win for Michelle. Last win came with Linda Rice, and she's run very well since being in Michelle's barn, just without getting the job
Any
done.
positives you can make for Danielle?
She's tough to make. At one point, she would have been, but her recent form is tough to trust.
So here is Sassy Princess stretching out on dirt.
She ran very well last time. Second start with blinkers.
2 for 27 lifetime, Brooklyn Dance.
She was disappointing last time out as she was steadily losing ground, but 2 and 3 back, she actually ran okay.
Sight to see, just claimed off of Rick Dutrow Jr.
She was antsy in the gate last time. She, I thought, had to kind of drop back and re-rally stops and starts in the running of that race. Certainly some things to like about her.
Stretching back out at a big price Moonlit weekend.
And she's been disappointing in her last few races as well.
And a win, at least for another cliche last time out. It was a slow race, however, but at least got her picture taken.
It was a slow race, but I thought that she looked the best that she has ever looked. Joe Sharp, I thought, did an exceptional job with her and kind of getting her to actually carry some weight. Also, Christopher Elliott was saving ground and doing the right thing, but he ended up finding himself completely blocked in the stretch, and he's actually quite lucky that she was a tiny filly and was able to muscle through on the rail.
2 minutes to post here in the 7th. That's where you can get signed up if you have not already. Bonus 200, that code to use to get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus at NiroBets.com. 3-2 favorite on your screen for Amelia Green. Let's take a look here at Sight to See, who faced best impression last time out. Was 4th, beat 4 lengths in that effort, stretching out from 7 to a mile. But some good out. Seems like going the right way a little bit, at least kind of turning things around after a really bad effort back off the bench.
Yeah, and she was a horse that was claimed off of Kenny McPeak. Not an easy thing to do. She was disappointing in those races back in September and October, but I think last time was a step in the right direction with the big drop in class, and this just might be the level at which she belongs. As I mentioned, with an outside post, she was forced to kind of take back and drop in, and then she almost got a little bit blind switched, and maybe it was just that she just wasn't quite quick enough to accelerate in the stretch. But for horses at this low level to run in stops and starts is not an easy thing to do, and she did re-rally again a little bit after that. And Peter Sinafias, the new trainer here, read an article. He's based at Belmont throughout the winter, had a tremendous amount of success at Monmouth, and has about 15 horses in the barn now.
To the 9, 7-2 on another cliche. So I believe we'll get a look at the issues you were talking about in that last race, that win. And, you know, I guess we don't. Had been competitive against best impression before that sprinting. But yes, some positives to like. It's a little tougher, though, moving into that next condition.
It is. She won the non-winners of 2 condition last time out. Like I said, being able to kind of muscle her way through. And I think, excuse me, she had improved quite a bit. And the race might be a bit better than it did look initially on paper. That being said, when she finished behind Best Impression, I just thought that she was, for lack of a better way to phrase it, she just was not looking and doing well at that time. I think that Joe Sharp has really figured her out. She'd taken a big step forward, and that showed with the win. So we'll see if there's any more forward progression for her to show.
Faced Scottish Lassie, this one, in the second start of her career off a maiden win.
Yeah, which was
unfortunately for her,
yeah.
in Scottish Lassie, probably the best 2-year-old filly performance of the year that year in the Frizette.
Right. She was thrown to the wolves early on in her career, and I think that they've kind of figured out exactly where she belongs.
So 7-2 from that outside post as we get another look here at now the 7-5 favorite on the stretch out here, and that very encouraging, fast dirt track debut last time out, adding blinkers for that performance as well.
And the blinkers did seem to help too, especially with how she got out of the gate. I know that she settled off the pace, but as you can see, even with her lead pony, and I've written this about her in the past, she is a big leggy filly. She does not look like a dirt sprinter, and maybe it was to figure out if she would like the main track, and clearly she did. So again, I have no problems with her stretching back out for Amelia Green, and Manny Franco should put her into the race as well. I think that she's just the horse to beat, and yes, you're going to have to take a short price with it, but as far as Best Impression, Sight to See, even Another Cliche, they all have some questions to answer, and can they move forward?
Here we go. Kendrick Carmouche in those purple and black silks. 10 Strike Racing, 4 Corners Racing for trainer Michelle Giangiulio. 2-1 second choice. Huge long shot, and then the favorite loads next. Sassy Princess here for the Amelia Green Barn, set for the 7th on our Friday coverage here from Aqueduct. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Brooklyn Dance. Sight to See. Moonlit Weekend. Another Cliche. Acting up behind the gate, now stepping forward. Another Cliche. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Sassy Princess has early speed. Another Cliche on the far outside in the early mix too. Joining them is Daniil in the orange cap, and just behind them comes Sight to See. At the rail, moving forward, Best Impression wants to be up with the early kick, and now Best Impression. It's a pressured pace early, but Best Impression with a nose in front. Daniil is at 2 wide, 3 wide is Sassy Princess. 4 wide, Another Cliche. Just behind them is Sight to See, is going to take off the early speed, and behind them, Moonlit Weekend and the trailer. Brooklyn Dance. They work up the backstretch, 22.72. Daniil at a big number is now a nose in front of Best Impression at the rail. Doesn't want to lose that rail position, and now Best Impression is back in front. Daniil is in second. Sassy Princess is 3 wide. Another Cliche also took back, is now in 4th. Underdrive from the backside to See. On the move, Moonlit Weekend and the trailer, Brooklyn Dance. They're well into the far turn, and the 3-way battle for the front continues. But here comes Sassy Princess just loping along, and Manny Franco. Sassy Princess, they've taken the lead easily. They get away from the top 2, and now it's Sassy Princess who kicks for home, is trying to open up. Sassy Princess was traveling very well at the top of the stretch, just trying to open up on this field with Another Cliche now grabbing second. The pace setters are tiring from the back. Moonlit Weekend, Sight to See, but no doubt Sassy Princess will win by many. A 16th left to go. It is all Sassy Princess. Stylishly wins this one. Another Cliche will hold second there over Moonlit Weekend and Sight to See in 1 minute 35 and 4.
Sassy Princess, Manny Franco was supremely confident on this filly, as he should have been.
Yeah, you saw him take a little bit of a peek back when he swung 3 wide on the turn. There was some pace, and she was able to settle, and she just kicked away. She looked like she was going to be much the best. very much the horse to beat, and she ran that way too. She finished like a short price favorite should. She actually went off co-favorite, surprisingly, with the one.
Slight favorite, but yeah, the one went off at
Wow.
9-5 as well. Took some late money, but in the end, there's no contest. Sassy Princess dominates this group and picks up the third win of her career. Blinkers on last start, stretches back out, remaining on dirt, and gets the W here at a short price. 3-9-8-5. Moonlit Weekend at 28-1, completing the trifecta.
Yeah, stretching out
Wow.
in distance helped her, but I think that she just kind of was picking up some of the pieces as the number one best impression who continued to take so much money. She was off a bit slow from the rail and then kind of hustled up on the inside and was part of that quick pace with Daniil. And then you saw Sassy Princess just being able to sit off the hip of them and take over, whereas another cliche then was closing and Moonlit Weekend picks up some of the pieces.
Manny, 3 wide here, tight hold of the favorite. She just cruises up into the lead. And then it's over from here.
That has to be a very good feeling, you know, when he takes that little bit of a peek back behind under his arm. There's nobody coming, and she was much the best for Amelia Green.
9-5, slight favorite with a dominating victory here in the 7th. This formful late pick 5 continues. Again, 3-9-8-5 finish. Prices when we come back. Look ahead to more weekend action when we return. And to the Saturday card, David Duggan having another tremendous year. And Sunday Girl, big part of it. Odds-on favorite, Pratt will ride. We'll preview her chances when we come back. Stay with us. Back with you on our Friday coverage. It is all Sassy Princess dominance here in race 7 as the slight 9-5 favorite over best impression. This was no contest.
No, she should have been she should have been the odds-on favorite, and she won like that. She was much the best stretching back out. We talked about how well she ran last time when switching back to the dirt and adding the blinkers. She had shown previously that she could go longer, and she did exactly that. You saw the 1 and 2 in Daniil and Best Impression, who were part of that pace, kind of fading on the inside, but much the best, no doubt, about the winner.
And $5.60 for the win. Another cliche Moonlit weekend, second and third. 50-cent trifecta. Little help there at the bottom. Comes back $47 plus. Chalky late pick 5. Got 2 races left to try and shake things up a little bit.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see if Linda Rice and Flavien Prat can win another one in this upcoming 8th race. And then race 9 today, I think a little bit more wide open with the scratch of the morning line favorite.
All right, so race 8, 1-turn mile. New York Preds in this first allowance condition. Phillies mares 3 and up, and right now favoritism, Capital Gal. Yeah, Prat, Jorge Abreu, who was behind Grace and Grit when they met back on October 23rd.
I'm guessing this is because Flavien Prat's aboard, but I do not think that there's anything about Capital Gal that should make her the favorite over Grace and Grit. She's one of those horses, much like we saw from Best Impression in the last race. She kind of runs to her competition and runs the same kind of race without getting the win.
All right, we'll have more on that field coming up in a moment. We're going to go to race 8 at Laurel, as there are about 4 minutes to post in this turf sprint coming up, 5.5 furlongs in this allowance optional claiming field. I believe the right one is the favorite here, the 4 Aldine. Good effort last start against this same condition.
Yeah, she's 5-2 right now. She was the daughter of Oscar Performance, who was beaten just by a nose. She was pressing a 50-1 shot pace setter, had to kind of make the first move to take over, and then got run down.
Here's the 2, though. The Poly Factor, Rudy Rodriguez showing up.
Yeah, this is a horse that debuted in Saratoga, and he was a horse that did not look fit first time out. He won when going over to the Meadowlands, and now will come over to Laurel in his first start against
Gonna have
Winners.
to take a pretty big move forward to contend in here. We'll see if able to do that. 5-1 though right now. Jigger at 9-1.
Broke his maiden last time out at Colonial on a yielding turf course.
Here's Aldine, the favorite.
This is the filly taking on the boys, but she did run the fastest race last time, and her maiden win was quite good as well.
21-1 long shot here, second time on grass.
Broke his maiden on the turf for maiden claiming.
Yeah, with a 61 buyer. Here's the 6 Parks.
Getting back to the turf with some dirtied up form. I think a little bit of a player back turf sprinting.
The Magic of Movies comes off a maiden win at Laurel.
Another filly facing the boys, both for Mike Trombetta, but this one also ran very well last time, beating Open Company.
Yeah, and overcoming a little stumble at the beginning. Boastfully Irish Grand Motion won first asking.
And did overcome a little bit of trouble as well after not showing any speed.
Jessica's Eyes at 8-1 went by, I believe. And then here's the 12. Our day will come.
First time on the turf. There was one sibling that won on the grass, but not a ton of turf pedigree to sink your teeth into, and a horse that's cutting back as well.
All right, 2 minutes to post in that 8th at Laurel. We'll get back to it. Here's what we have to look forward to this weekend. We hope you join us. That Thunder Rumble and Staten Island Division, New York Stallion Series, that will actually kick off the card. That rematch with Bank Frenzy and Doc Sullivan in the Thunder Rumble. And then Sunday, of course, those 2 stakes as we close out grass season here in New York. Thunder Rumble, this will kick off the card tomorrow. Bank Frenzy's been so much fun to watch. 10 for 20 lifetime, 5 runner-ups, over almost $840,000 in earnings.
Yeah, he's been a gem of consistency, and he and Doc Sullivan have been 2 very cool New York breds. Bank Frenzy, a 5-year-old, Doc Sullivan, the 4-year-old. And I think distance is the great equalizer. Right now, Bank Frenzy holds the edge with this meeting, and Doc Sullivan, he's 2 wins to Doc Sullivan's 1. Bank Frenzy won the Empire Classic, going the mile in an 1/8 last time, a distance at which I think he is better. And Doc Sullivan came up to the inside. Bank Frenzy wears that extension blinker on his outside eye. And even Rudy Rodriguez told me, just really thankful that Joel Rosario went to the inside and didn't try closing on the outside. We'll see if they can turn the tables as they now go 7 furlongs, a distance at which Bank Frenzy has never won.
Doc Sullivan will wind up going off favorite?
I think he will because of the distance. His last 2 tries at 7 furlongs were both good 4th place finishes in graded stakes company, facing the likes of Welcome Dano a couple races back as well. 2 very, very cool and consistent New York breds.
Meanwhile, the ladies get their shot. Staten Island division, New York Stallion Series. We talked about going to break a while ago. It's Sunday Girl for David Duggan. 3 to 5 morning line, 7 for 12 lifetime. She's 5 for 7 at Aqueduct.
Yeah, and I think that she is just much better than what she's going to be facing tomorrow. Coming out of a 4th place finish in the Iroquois, where I know it was New York bred company, but she was facing Sterling Silver, Stonewall Star, My Main Squeeze. All horses have been effective, including Sterling Silver and My Main Squeeze, graded stakes winners, all against open company. Flavian Pratt picking up the mount for the first time. She's very good. She has speed, and like I said, I think she just might be better than what she's running against.
It would appear that way. Pretty good one for David Duggan, who's won just shy of $500,000 in her career, and she will be an incredibly short price. That's race 4 on the card tomorrow at 1:10 Eastern time. All right, let's get back to Laurel as they're on the turf course, and shortly we'll load. With Aldine has become, since we were away, even a little bit shorter now, 6 to 5.
Yeah, and as mentioned, she's one of 2 fillies in here, both for Michael Trombetta, that are taking on the boys. But she ran a 70 Beyer speed figure when she broke her maiden. She was off slowly and had trouble at the start, 2 back at Laurel. And then last time out, I thought ran really well, pressing the pace setter, like I said, making that first move to take over. She is, I think, the horse to beat, despite being a filly taking on the boys. And even her stablemate, I think, makes a little sense. The Magic of Movies is a bit of an outsider. Boastfully Irish was kind of the other one for me. He's only run once. He didn't have any speed, but he did circle the field and run well for Grand Motion first time out.
Yeah, stablemate to the favorite filly as well, tackling the boys. Yeah, 5 to 1. Let's see if she can make some impact here. She is interesting. And then, yeah, Grand Motion's first-time starter. Outside, you have that 11, a little bit sneaky. I know it's a soft race, 30 maiden claimer, but got a decent figure in that 5.5 furlong turf sprint.
He did, and being a Maryland bred and Maryland sired, I understand trying the dirt to go into the Maryland Million Nursery. We see that with New York breds often too, trying to take advantage of some of those stakes opportunities. I thought would have to improve a little bit, but certainly was better on the turf.
6 to 5 favorite, the filly tackling the boys here, Aldine for Michael Trombetta. Let's go to Dave Rodman.
6 to 5, Aldine. Polvalon. Jessica's Eyes. Our day will come. And they're off. The Poly Factor flying out of there from Aldine and Jigger. On the outside, Jessica's Eyes has early zip as well. Boastfully Irish is in 5th and 5 lengths off for speed. Parks is in between horses. Polvalan on the inside. Our Day will come on the outside, and the Magic of Movies is in the back. About 13 lengths will cover them into the far turn. On the inside, the Poly Factor working hard in the lead. Jessica's Eyes is right there. Jessica's Eyes now, the red blinkers just in front, midpoint on the turn. 2 lengths back, Jigger is third. Aldine perched in 4th. Then Boastfully Irish is next in 5th position at the top of the lane. And Polvalan is tipping to the outside and in between horses. Into the stretch now. About a 1/4 mile left to go. Jessica's Eyes. Jessica's Eyes pops away all of a sudden by some 3 lengths. Jessica's Eyes, center of the track. Parks trying to come for a late bid. The Poly Factor weakened up down to the inside and between horses. Polvalan is 16th to go. And it is Jessica's Eyes just in front. Here comes Parks on the outside. Jessica's Eyes and Parks to the second wire finish. Jessica's Eyes and Parks. Then Polvalan was third.
Jessica's Eyes, she's now 2 for 2 sprinting on the lawn.
Yeah, I know the name is looked pretty off-putting. For Jerry Robb, as this one, as you pointed out, did win on the turf first time out. He got a good figure there, and he got the jump on the others in this spot. As I mentioned in the post-parade, Parks was kind of a similar look. I thought interesting getting back to sprinting on the grass, and he too is more of a turf horse and one that appreciated getting back to sprinting. So horses going back to doing what they want to do turned out to be the right move.
9-1 and past the wire. Ooh, maybe right before the wire. Salvi Perez standing up for the win.
Stood up a little bit quick, Xavier Perez, but I think he was pretty confident there.
Better be. Big price, near a $20 horse plus. Here, Jessica's Eyes with the victory in the 8th. Let's get back to New York in this one-turn mile coming up here in the 8th. Look at the current odds in this New York bred entry-level allowance fillies mares 3 and up. Grace and Grit, Linda Rice, Kendra Carmouche right now your 5-2 favorite. Let's go down to Maggie.
And that's who we'll start things off with here in the paddock, Greg. As Grace and Grit, I had the chance to catch up with Linda Rice after her third winner on the card after race 4 today, and asked her, I thought she would be on the lead going and stretching out 1 1/8 on the dirt, but that was not actually the plan. She said while it may look that way and she does have that natural speed, that they have figured out that she is better with a target, with a horse in front of her for her to go and run after. Now, last time she was wired, ironically, by the favorite in higher force. Now, today, and despite that, I thought she ran very well because she was 3 wide down the backside. She kind of cut in a little bit down on the turn, but then ran on very well, considering she was really the only horse to make up significant ground throughout. And last time I noted that her weight actually looked better, though she was still a bit nervous. She is a bit of a difficult filly to manage her characteristics. Today, she is very quiet for her. We'll see if that has any bearing on how she performs today, whether it's a positive or a negative, but it is something that I'm noticing quite blazingly here in the paddock, that she is that different in her demeanor. So we'll see how she does. I do like a little less ground for her on the dirt, and physically, like I said, she continues to move forward. Number 2, Graceful Rose, I thought was a little bit interesting as she gets back out to a mile where she's had some success in the past, kind of second off that bit of a layoff. And last time out, she settled toward the back. She had to go wide. Then she was kind of blocked briefly when she was trying to find a path, while Intentious, she got that clear run in a great ride by Dylan Davis that day up the rail to get the win. And so yes, Graceful Rose was with the flow of the race, but she kind of had her momentum stop. She had a bit of a wider trip as well. And I just thought that that race kind of sets her up nicely for this stretch back out in distance from the 7 to the mile today. She has that really laid back. She's always so quiet here in the paddock, but physically, her and Grace and Grit by far look the best in this field. So yeah, she's not quite as fast maybe as your favorite, but I thought one that might fly under the radar that just looks as though she's doing very well, and I like the effort that she comes in off of. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll get back to you just a little bit as we set up for the post parade here. It's still Grace and Grit favorite. This one's 7-1 off that closing effort, off about 5 months off.
Yeah, I thought she was too big a price last time out, coming in as a new face from out of town, but she'd shown prior that she could run and well and contend on the NYRA circuit. So she really wasn't that much of a new face, and I'm with Maggie. I thought given the trip that she had, she actually ran very well, finishing 3rd that day.
That was Kendrick. Talking shop here. He'll be on this 3 who is favored, Grace and Grit.
And Linda Rice said to Maggie earlier, agreeing that she's not an easy horse to ride. She's always been one that runs with her head high up. She never kind of levels down, and Kendra Carmouche knows her well. Coming from off of it, she actually ran on pretty well, as I think prior to that, the tactic had been to try to give her her head and put her on the front end because she's a little bit of a tricky type. I think the key is trying to get her to settle.
So 2-1 on her. It looks like, you know, the 7 like a Rolling Stone. She was forward last start, 2nd beat a nose, and then a bullet 3 furlong drill leading into this. Is that sort of a sign to say, hey, we want to be forward today?
Who was that? I'm sorry.
The 7?
Oh, the 7. Yeah, I would think so. They went to the front last time out and was an outside post and was aggressive. So we'll see if they use that speed once again. There's not a ton of speed in here, especially if Grayson Grit is going to take back.
First time on dirt for Clearwater Beach.
And this is a horse that's run on turf and synthetic, but as you mentioned, never on the main track before.
Here's Graceful Rose with Jamie Rodriguez.
Ran well, finishing 3rd against comparable competition last time out.
Grayson Grit, Kendra Carmouche.
Maybe better with a target, high-headed runner. She's a little bit quirky.
Linda Rice looking for her 4th win today with the 3. Charged Nurse, this one interesting. 12-time winner from 29 starts out of town.
She has been, but mostly at Charlestown. Far different track than what she's going to encounter today.
Some fast figures, though, relative to this group out of town. We'll see if it can translate. Dream on Kara went by. Here's Kara's Dreamweaver.
Dream on Kara declared a non-starter last time out after that very slow bake. Kara's Dreamweaver, bit of a trip, but been a long time since she's in the winner's circle.
There's the one who could be in front like a Rolling Stone, Christopher Elliott.
Ran well on the lead last time out, finishing 2nd by a nose, but much better than what she's done previously.
And Pratt looking for number 4 on the Friday card on Capital Gal.
And this one, I think, taking money because Flavian Pratt's aboard. She was chasing last time out. She has been forwardly placed. It's just that she's not a winning type.
4 minutes away from this 8th. That's where to sign up, NiroBets.com. Bonus code use at sign up, I should say, bonus 200 to get that $200 deposit match customer bonus in your account. Play along. There's a look at Graceful Rose again. 2nd back off, about 4 months away. Like the appearance, 6-1. Let's go back to the 7. So potentially the one who's going to be in front. It seems like intention with that workout that, yeah, we want this one to roll early. And she was forward last start. She ran very good.
She did. She was surprised that day as she'd been a little bit off form and a little bit disappointing. She stretched out to the mile, the distance that she'll navigate again today. But she's a horse that has run some good races previously, so it didn't come completely out of nowhere. Maybe it's a sign that she's trending in the right direction. Just got nabbed and was unlucky to win as Morsal came up the inside that day.
And what, Penn Street just came back and won yesterday, right?
Yes, was very impressive.
Who was behind her that day?
Mm-hmm.
Big price, part of the reason why that pick 5 was so lucrative. So 5-1 on this 4-year-old filly. But wow, 8-5 on Grace and Grit. That is awfully short.
It is a very short price. I thought that she ran well last time, all things considered. Like we said, she's not the easiest horse to ride. I don't love the price that you're going to have to take on her, but she is 2nd time in the barn of Linda Rice. Maybe she'll have had the opportunity to figure her out a little bit as Linda looks for her 4th win on the day.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Let's take a look at a horse trying something new for the first time, and that is number 1 in here, Clearwater Beach, who has never run on a dirt track before, as she had 3 consecutive 69 Beyer speed figures to start her, I guess, new life against New York breds on the turf, and she came up short in all 3 of those. Now, looking at her from a pedigree perspective, she is by Omaha Beach, and he's a good sire, kind of versatile sire, has had the bulk of his success come with his dirt sprinters. The dam she won on the dirt, the siblings have not been much, as there's only been 1 other winner from 4 to run, and did win on the dirt. Now, she doesn't look overly turf-meant, to be fair, and she actually warmed up quite nicely over the track. She's moving very well over this surface. My problem is that when she first started here on the Niro circuit back in September, she just looked much better. It's like, you know, the kind of frequent racing, the winter or cooler months, I should say, have kind of taken their toll on her. So I just wish she looked better from the overall perspective, as we'll check in with the horse coming in from out of town, and that is Charge Nurse, where she does have a little bit of experience here on the Niro circuit, actually just 1 race going back to 2023. But what's interesting about her is that she's only been around 1 turn 3 times in her career. I was doing quick looking back through her complete PPs. The bulk of her career has been spent going around 2 turns, because those sprint races at Charlestown, 6.5 and 7, are around 2 turns. So we'll see how she responds to that. Look, she's athletic enough. She's not built one way or the other. She's very versatile. But I just thought that was interesting that she does not have that much experience/success around this 1-turn configuration. And she looks good enough from the overall perspective. I guess she can be a little bit of a bad actor, as they did saddle her outside. And I don't know. I just don't trust out-of-town form per se. But I can't say that it looks as though she doesn't belong with this group physically. Greg?
Well, interesting sort of to just throw her in the mix in here just with that record. 19 first or seconds in 29 starts, 12 wins, obviously at a much softer circuit.
Yeah,
and
she's
as Maggie
New York
mentioned,
bred.
different configuration.
Yeah, and she's a New York bred. And that's the biggest thing that concerns me, because Charlestown is such a vastly different track than the 1-turn mile that she's going to try to navigate here. She was actually entered to run on the NYRA circuit back in April. It was a late scratch because she had improper shoes on with the new HISA rules, so she didn't get to run against New York breds that day. But it's interesting they opt to bring her back after she went and she was so effective going back to Charlestown again.
I don't recall on our show ever seeing an alpha run. Who dead heated with, do you know, in the Travers?
Yeah, with Golden Ticket.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well done. Yeah, it's very rare.
Yes. I vaguely remember a few progeny, but very, very few. I couldn't name one, to be honest.
A win machine, though.
Yeah. She's got to be the winningest daughter of Alpha.
12 for 29 lifetime, over 200,000 in earnings, mainly at Charlestown. 8-1 on the board right now with the 4. 9-5 favorite, though. It's Grace and Grit. Linda Rice looking for number 4 on the afternoon.
Yeah.
With the 9-5 favorite here, and maybe getting a little bit over bet because of the big day she's having. But certainly probably deserving to be the favorite. It's not quite that short. And you're not a big fan outside of Pratt's Mount, the 8.
I just don't really trust her to seal the deal. I feel like she's one of those horses that just kind of runs to her competition. Could she win? Sure, she absolutely could. It's just I feel like she's a tough horse to really rely on.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's race 8 from Aqueduct.
Late double. Capital Gal goes in. All set. And they're off. Stumble at the start there for Like a Rolling Stone. Capital Gal is in the early mix, and Kara's Dreamweaver is right there too. Joining them, Purple Cap is Charge Nurse. There's Like a Rolling Stone. Collecting herself up on the outside is now a shared 4th. Just behind them, Grace and Grit. It's a moderate tempo, while pressured. And at the rail, here comes Graceful Rose towards the back end of the field. Dream on Kara, second to last. And the trailer, Clearwater Beach. Tightly bunched on the front end, 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Kara's Dreamweaver at a huge number is a neck in front. Capital Gal is right there, tight hold in second, out wide of there Like a Rolling Stone. Just behind them is Charge Nurse, who took off for that pace, is now in 4th. Right there in 5th is Grace and Grit, who starts to progress. Center of the track, here comes Dream on Kara, second to last Graceful Rose, and Clearwater Beach, still the trailer. 47 seconds flat for a half-mile time. The three-way battle continues. Kara's Dreamweaver is all in. In between horses, right there is Capital Gal. Outwider Like a Rolling Stone, 3 wide, is now a nose in front. Grace and Grit is trying to make up some ground in the green cap, but further outside Dream on Kara. At the rail, Clearwater Beach has made up a lot of ground, is right in behind the leaders as they reach the top of the stretch, and Like a Rolling Stone trying to sprint for home and end it right now. Capital Gal is under the shove down towards the inside. Grace and Grit's going to get the first shot here at Like a Rolling Stone. Clearwater Beach is making up mile ground looking for room. Like a Rolling Stone stumbled, is still finding plenty inside the final 16th. Like a Rolling Stone with a big effort. Like a Rolling Stone wins it. Capital Gal will get second, Grace and Grit, and Clearwater Beach at 1 minute 36.42 seconds.
7-8-3-1. This is a big effort from your winner, who we're going to show you right now. Stumbled out of the gate, wanted to be in front, and as a result of that stumble, had to go to plan B. Keep your eyes on the 7.
Yeah, well done by Christopher Elliott, as it significant stumble to her knees at the break, so not able to show the speed that she did last time out, but at least it wasn't just a sign of tactics last time, it just was a sign that she was trending in the right direction. She was able to sit just off and kind of be outside and pounce, take over, and pull away from her competition. Grace and Grit just not really enough, as you can see in the blue cap with that white blaze. Grace and Grit, that high-headed running style that we talked about, she just doesn't level and kick on for Kendrick Carmouche as you would like to see.
4-1 upset. And like a Rolling Stone, well done, Christopher. Obviously, she was much the best in here, had plenty underneath, but to stay calm in that situation, wanted to be, you would think, on the front end. Terrible stumble. And plenty left anyway to finish and roll by this group. 7-8, 3-1. And a little bit of life if you had this one in the pick 5 to get a nice return back.
Yeah, 4-1, upsetting the favorite, Grace and Grit, who honestly had no excuses.
So young Christopher Elliott for Antonio Arriaga. 4-year-old filly by Bustin' Stones. Goes to plan B, and it works out well. Has to come from off the pace for the win. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Prices when we return, and we will set up the finale on the lawn right after this. Like a Rolling Stone, stumbles out of the gate, but a convincing win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid at $410,000. There's your winner, $410,000. $400,000.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 in the day, $1,600,000 bid now, bid now, $650,000, $1,650,000, $1,650,000, anybody else want $650,000 in the day, $1,650,000 and a half, $1,600,000, thank you.
Back at our Friday coverage on America's Day of the Races here on Fox Sports 2. That's where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we're coming up on Cigar Mile Saturday. Right around the corner. Like a Rolling Stone, stumbles out of the gate, wanted to be in the lead and had to go to plan B. Works out well. This one much the best in here. Christopher Elliott for the trainer. Standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Antonio Arriaga here with me in the winner's circle. And Antonio, I guess her last race, an indication of how good she's doing right now, because I thought she ran incredibly well in a live race. We saw the third place finisher, Penn Street, come back and win with a 75. So,
I saw that, yeah.
How confident were you coming into this one?
Oh, well, very confident.
I'm sure that workout gave you a little bit more to be excited about.
Yes. And, you know, she was doing good. She's coming along, you know, winter, and she's been okay.
I was going to say, horses like her are ideal to have during the winter meet. Yes. You know they like the dirt. You know they come over here and run.
That's the idea, to get those kind of horses for the winter.
you can make a lot of money doing that as well. So Christopher Elliott, I thought, has ridden her very well in their times together. Today, though, at the start, it didn't look so good.
Right, exactly, yeah. I was like, man, and then he come back very quick. He got along with her pretty good, and she knows her too.
Do you ride her in the mornings?
Yes.
How important is that for a trainer to be able to kind of feel how your horses are doing?
Oh, there's a lot of advantage, for that, and it's advantage for me because I know all the horses how they doing,
Yeah.
and I trust myself and see, and try do my best, and they kind of sore, so I kind of walk him or jog and give him a little time off.
Yeah.
But she's coming along and right on time.
Yeah, exactly. That individualized care, I'm sure, with horses like her makes a big difference. Well, congratulations. Well done today.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
All right, Antonio Arriaga with Like a Rolling Stone pulling off that upset, Greg.
Certainly knows his way on horseback. Longtime exercise rider for Todd Pletcher. Worked with Bill Mott, Kieran McLaughlin, Rudy Rodriguez as well. He's on horses like Stay Thirsty, Outwork. Gets a nice win here.
Yeah, and seems like his barn is trending in the right direction. This filly's trending in the right direction as well. $10 winner, Like a Rolling Stone, definitely best, especially given at that start.
All right, so this, if you're alive, got a little bit more intriguing at least with Like a Rolling Stone. The biggest price to this point in a race. I guess potentially we have one of the more wide open races of the sequence here to close it out. Mile and a 16th over the outer turf in this New York bred 50 maiden claiming group. What'd you think here?
Well, it was a race that completely changed with the scratch up before the wind, who was going to be, I think, a short price because she was taking a significant drop in class. He was, and now we see the public kind of defaulting to Flavien Prat with Ori, a horse that I could not endorse typically. Going longer, his one start going longer was okay. He was a favorite that day too, so we'll see as he makes start number 10 after a horse that's taken quite a bit of money throughout his career.
All right, see if Pratt can get number 4 in the final race on the card here coming up on this Friday afternoon. Back to Laurel, race 9. They're about 3 minutes to post in this 6-furlong sprint. To close out their action, $25,000 maiden claiming group. 9-5 favorite. Knit Witness, Jamie Ness. Missed by a length. Basically this condition last start. Here's the one, Persian.
This horse dropping back down in class was claimed for $25,000 two back on the turf. It ran against Special Weight Company last out.
First time starter, the 3, She's Not a Lad.
Out of Ben's Girl by Golden Lad. The dam did win first time out sprinting on the dirt, so a little bit of win early pedigree for John Salzman.
Tasty Time, just claimed.
Cutting back in distance, a distant second against Lesser last time going long.
Great White Fleet. Off since March.
Off a layoff, as you mentioned, since March, and was running against better prior to that, but hasn't shown a ton.
The favorite for Jamie Ness, the 6.
And does have plenty of early speed to bring to the party.
Finished about 3/4 a length in front of this one when they met back on October 4th over My Sense.
And this one on the outside, that was definitely a big step in the right direction since getting back to the dirt.
Again, we're closing out turf season. We got the turf finale here coming up on Friday, Sunday. A couple of stakes, including the Grade 3 Pebbles. Distance changed as a result. And, we've talked about it a little bit, but with the redraw and how it worked out in terms of post positions, Peak Hype obviously got hurt, drawn outside, and things really seemed to benefit Fast Market.
Absolutely. Fast Market now drawn to the rail. She ran very well, going 1 1/8 miles last time out in the Sands Point, finishing second behind Ready for Candy, who's a horse that's won 3 in a row for Phil Antonacci, and he's been in great form. Fast Market took some time to break her maiden, but her last 2 races have been very good. She will have the inside post with Flavien Prat, and we'll see if she can do one better and pick up a stakes win of her own.
Stretching back out has been the right call for this one. And the equipment change, the blinkers coming off. 2 very good efforts. Meanwhile, Peak Hype, Chad Brown collected the 2nd win of her career back on October 4th.
She is a deep closing type. She came from off of it to get the win last time, so she's still lightly raced, just making start number 5 of her career, and she will step up to face Stakes Company for the first time, but it does make sense, and she ran a good figure of an 83 buyer speed figure last time out, so she makes a lot of sense, and she does fit in with these, but will have to navigate a trip, as you mentioned, from the outside.
Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard for this win. He's back aboard on Sunday. And that was a impressive big move forward in that last start.
It was, and she was a victim of a very slow pace. 2 starts back where she actually ran okay, trying to come from off of it, and so getting a better trip last time, but she still ran well given that she had an outside post that day.
All right, that's coming up on our Sunday action. Race 8, 3:39 Eastern, as we return to Laurel to close out their Friday card. And your thoughts on the favorite here?
I think the favorite makes a lot of sense. I thought she was a little bit tough to look past given her running style, her early speed. She was favored in her first 3 starts, so I guess that could be the knock against her, that she was not able to get the job done, and then last time out was a little bit more of a price and ran well, but she hasn't been able to seal the deal. I guess over my sense, if you think that she's been a little bit of a work in progress, could potentially turn the tables, or maybe it's somebody like Persian who's dropping back down in class.
5 was a little interesting off the bench and faced, for the most part, maiden special.
Yeah, has been facing better. Does have the layoff to contend with, but she's a good price.
Biggest price on the board, yeah, hasn't raced since late March. Dave Rodman, the call. Here's the nightcap from Laurel Park.
Tasty time. Great White Fleet. Even money on Knit Witness. Over My Sense. And they're off. She's not a lad. Slow to begin. Knit Witness sent right out of there by Yezid Hazelwood to the front. From Tasty Time and Over My Sense, Persian 4th rail. Another 2 to Great White Fleet, and She's Not a Lad is at the back. Improves the spot after a bit of a tardy beginning. Some 6 lengths off the speed. Knit Witness, and then the inside is Tasty Time. They're going nose to nose as they pass the half-mile pole. 2 back, Persian perched in 3rd position. Over My Sense is in 4th, and She's Not a Lad. Great White Fleet is the trailer. Into the turn, Knit Witness now getting the best of Tasty Time, and neck in front with 3 furlongs left to go. Another 2 Over My Sense is on the outside. Persian is between horses, just 2 from the front. They're followed by She's Not a Lad, who's coming out 4-5 wide as they turn in, and Great White Fleet is at the back. Turning for home, Knit Witness extended a lead by 2. Persian targets from between horses. Outside is Over My Sense is right there too, trying to close in. 1 furlong left to go. Knit Witness just in front. Knit Witness from Persian in between horses. Persian trying to reach. Knit Witness all out of 16th of a mile left to go. Here's Persian. Persian and Victor Carrasco to take the lead in the final 16th, and they win by 2. Knit Witness Over My Sense in 4th. She's Not a Lad.
1-6-7-3. Knit Witness went off at even money. Upset here is Persian. Breaks her maiden career start number 6.
And Knit Witness was pressed by the 4 Tasty Time long shot there, who ended up fading. So give Knit Witness credit because she did the dirty work and she dug in. But just as we kind of mentioned before, that she's shown speed, she's been favored before, and she hasn't been able to seal the deal. Got run down by Persian, who was dropping back down in class, second off the claim for Claudio Gonzalez.
Yeah, 3-1 on Persian. Get that maiden breaking win as we return to New York. Mile and 16th on the turf. New York bred maiden 50 race to close it out. As we look at Ori, that will be the mount of Flavien Prat, who looks for number 4 on the afternoon. It's been a healthy diet of sprints. So a second try going longer. The first time going long did not work out that well. That was against a little bit tougher company. Let's go down to Maggie.
And that is a fair point, Greg, when it comes to Ori, but I think there's a reason why the bulk of his career has been spent at shorter distances because, well, that's what he looks like. I mean, this guy is small. He has never grown. Look, it's very potent connections. You have Mike Maker, who's hitting at around 30%. You have Flavien Prat, who for a rider is at 30%, and that's just insane. But that's going to draw money at the end of the day. And he's just not a horse that I can necessarily endorse because I find, too, that because he has shown in his races he's a bit more of a closing sprinter, that a lot of times those ones don't stretch out as well because they don't have that pace to close into. And yes, he did lay closer in that one route race, but again, he came up short. So I really do question his stamina. On the flip side of that, Smooth Breeze, the winner of that race, has turned out to be A-OK, and this is the first time he gets Lasix. I still have my reservations about him getting this distance, though, especially when you're going to take him as the favorite. Now, on the other hand, a horse stretching out for the first time in only his 4th career start is number 9, Sammy C Note. And let's face it, a lot of these trainers and horsemen having to go into this spot because last race for them on the turf and last opportunity, so you're kind of at the mercy of the condition book and what races come up. He is coming off of a quick turnaround, and he is quite quiet here in the paddock. Wish he had a little bit more energy, but you could also look at it from the perspective a laid-back demeanor often bodes well for a horse trying a longer distance for the first time, and that is what he is here, showing me here. And furthermore, he's built like a horse that should appreciate more ground. So I don't love him from the overall perspective and the quick turnaround, but I do think that a little bit more ground should be in his wheelhouse, despite him coming up short for those sprint races. He is going to have to deal with some other speed. A horse like Pretrial Statement could just be a bit quicker than him overall. As we'll check in with a horse that I think is very logical in this spot, and that's number 5, Blame It on KJ. I liked him last time out, but he was in the parking lot when it came to breaking from the gate that day, and just encountered a wide trip throughout, never less than 3 wide in the running of that race, which he did. He was beaten by Romeo Void, who got a dream run up the rail. And I just think Blame It on KJ, a better post position, has run well, continues to kind of take a step forward, looks fantastic here in the paddock. He's the one that I would take, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. 8 minutes away from this finale to close out our Friday action. Blame It on KJ for David Duggan. That Luis Rivera, there he is, will ride. Duggan, of course, with Sunday Girl. We're going to see over the weekend in that Staten Island division in the New York Stallion Series, 3-5. Let's take a look at Blame It on KJ and Romeo Void. They were in that October 26th race.
And with No Joe, all of them running well in that race, but I think the horse that had the toughest trip in there was Blame It on KJ, who's outside in the white cap because he had an outside post and he was wide throughout, whereas the other two got to save ground through the entire race. It's Romeo Void, the gray, that's going to duck down to the inside on the rail there and had a really kind of dream trip to finish second. Between horses was No Joe, who was off of a layoff, but again had a very good trip. Blame It on KJ was the one that had a legitimate excuse, given how wide he was throughout.
5-1 right now, and because of who's aboard, Ori getting over bet dramatically, absolutely could win, but should not be 2-1.
No, especially stretching out where I know that, as Maggie said, the one distance race was against Smooth Breeze, who's a talented stakes quality horse, but he's been a sprinter, and furthermore, he's been a bit of a money burner, Ori as well.
So post parade coming up in a moment, and we'll kick things off with Klimt Master, who has had 18 starts and has not hit the board.
He'd be tough to recommend. He is dropping back down in class, but has not been close in any of his recent
He's earning
efforts.
over $1,000 to start.
Yes, he is.
Nono Joe was off a long layoff for Rudy Rodriguez, was in that Romeo Void race.
He ran very well off the bench, but did have a good trip.
Pratt here looking for number 4.
Too short a price, is stretching out. We'll see if he's able to handle the added ground.
Strobe Light sprinter stretching out for the first time.
Another one that's stretching out, but he is more lightly raced. A Son of Disco partner you think suggests more a sprinter.
The aforementioned Blame It on KJ for David Duggan.
Had a very wide trip last time out. I think his 2 long turf races make him a major player in here.
Romeo Void coming out of that common race with Blame It on KJ.
He was also off of a layoff that day and was in for the waiver, which he is again today. Had a dream trip on the rail last time.
And the presence of the 9 makes the 7's chances look difficult here.
Yes, pretrial statement's going to go to the front end, but he should have some company.
Well, the 9 should be in front, right?
I would think so, as he's stretching out. Maggie said he's very quiet. We'll see if that's a good sign as he tries to go longer.
All right, first time going long for the 9. The 10 powered by Cole. Jose Lezcano at 28-1. Any positives?
He has had a couple of races that would put him in contention. He was very disappointing in that common race last time out, though.
Yeah, a couple of efforts that you go back to that are they're at least on the page for a horse who's almost 30-1. Let's go back to the 9. So here's Sammy C-Note. Ruben Silvera will ride for Gary Siaka, and first time beyond 6 furlongs.
He is stretching out. I defaulted into him with the scratch of the 8 before the wind, who I was most interested in because he was dropping in class. At least with Sammy C-Note, he's doing something different, and he should be forward on the stretch out. Ruben Silvera is an aggressive rider. See if he can clear pretrial statement and get to the front, or at least be in some forward positioning.
See how he handles the extra ground for the first time as we get another look here at Ori. And a rider who is, yeah, as Maggie mentioned, insane to be winning at what he had 32% at this meet. I had the numbers. It was incredible. Since he came back from the Breeders' Cup, he was, before a couple of days ago, over 40% win rate since returning from Del Mar. That's dropped a little bit, but just incredible what he's done.
It really is. And look, he's getting the best horses. He's often on the favorite. Yes, maybe they'll get overbet because Flavien Prat is aboard, but typically he's on some very logical contenders as well because the top barns see how well he's riding and they want to have him on their horses. But that being said, he's making all the right decisions recently and just riding exceptionally well. The confidence at an all-time high and such a well-rounded rider too. Speed, off the pace, turf, dirt, short, long, doesn't seem to matter.
Let's go down to Maggie.
And I think that what makes Flavien always so successful, kind of what Acacia was saying, is that he always has his horses in the right position. Horses that maybe don't have that much early speed, he at least gets them in that forward position, so therefore they are capable of capitalizing on that. And horses, speed wins races. This is American racing, and that is the truth. So he fully recognizes that, as I just have not been a big fan of his mount here, but we'll see how he does with Ori as number 2, as Nono Joe. Look, I thought he looked fantastic off the very long layoff, but for someone like me who's not around this horse all the time, I'm sure needing a race off that kind of layoff will benefit him, though he does look, to my eye, exactly the same as what he did in that last race where, as we talked about, had a good trip, ran respectably, but maybe he can build off that. So I think at a short price, he's the alternative that I wouldn't be afraid of using, but I am going to land on Blame It on KJ. I'm not quite ready to sign the divorce papers on this guy. I just think a better post will help him. Now, a horse that's a massive price that I cannot make on paper at all. I totally get it. But he just looks so good, number 7, pretrial statement. And I know Lisa Bartkowski's percentage might not bear it out, but her horses are so well turned out prior to their starts. And maybe with a little pace in front of him, maybe he'll learn to be rateable / have a target, and that will help his chances. So we'll see what he does. He's a big price that I wanted to mention, Greg, that really looks the part today.
All right, 23-1. Thanks, Maggie. And Jamie Rodriguez will ride for Lisa Bartkowski. Fog of War, 3-year-old, who looked like he was going to go gate to wire a couple of starts back and miss by a neck at the level.
Yeah, a horse that is a big price on the board now and ran very well 2 back. And we'll see if he can seal the deal in here. He just was so disappointing last time in that common race. But to be fair, everybody was closing late. That being said, he should have some company on the front end. And I guess that's the biggest question, is if he can contain and ration out some of that speed on the lead.
Well, it seems like he's going to have to try and do it different today, because the 9s, I would think, if you're the 9 and you're not going to try and go to the front, what are you doing in here?
I agree, especially with the presence of Ruben Silveira. You have to be aggressive. You have to put him at least forward. I know that he is aware that you have the 7 with early speed on the front end and is going to make things a little bit interesting as far as that pace is concerned too. But I do think that he's a horse that should be forwardly placed.
9-2. We'll see what happens here. So Ori has not moved off favoritism. But Nono Joe, it sounds like you didn't love that effort from him. In terms of that, right, three of the same runners coming out of that race. Where did he kind of rank in who ran the best in there?
No, I thought Nono Joe ran very well. I just thought he got a good trip. I thought of the 3 horses finishing 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and Romeo Void, Blame It on KJ, and Nono Joe, the one that I would want out of that race would be Blame It on KJ, because he was wide and had a legit trip.
He's 7-2 right now for David Duggan as they step up to the gate, about to load for this finale. Take a look quickly. I have not looked yet at the Will Pays. Pull them up quickly. Actually, so the 1, 4, and 10. And the 10 actually has a couple of races to go back to that. I know, huge price, tough post, but at least figure that would result in a pick 6 carryover.
All right, all big prices, so we shall see.
Good luck if you are alive. Here we go. Pratt looking again for number 4 on the 3. Ori stretching back out. Chris Griffin, the call of the nightcap.
Powered by Cole. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Powered by Cole is Astra Speed. Ori got shuffled to be the trailer. Pre-trial statements in the early mix and pre-trial statement, and also powered by Cole. They're 1-2. They're well apart, but they're into that first turn together. Sammy C-Note just off of them is a little keen. Wants to go there. Is just held back and at the rail. Clint Master as they start to rush forward. That's the leading 4. Romeo Void has found a nice spot. Now tips towards the outside as Sammy C-Note was hard to handle around that turn. Romeo Void is right there in 5th. To the inside is Strobe Light in 6th. Nono Joe is right there in 7th. Further back in the field comes Ori. And the trailer, Blame It on KJ. They work up the backstretch 24.30 for the opening quarter mile. Pre-trial statement, comfortably enough, is right there, is up by a full length. Powered by Cole is in pursuit. Long shots up top as Clint Master is at the rail in 3rd. Sammy C-Note had trouble around that first turn. Will work towards the far turn. Is right there in 4th. Romeo Void, and here comes the run from the back. Nono Joe is going to be very wide, but is on the move here as they're trying to swarm these leaders. 49.55 for a half-mile time, and they really turn up the pressure now. Pre-trial statement with a nose advantage. In between horses right there, powered by Cole. 3 wide, Sammy C-Note. Romeo Void is all in towards the outside as a challenging 4th. Clint Masters trying to keep up from the back. Ori starts to get going, but has so much ground to make up. Pre-trial statement has now cut loose and kicks for home, is up by 3. Pre-trial statements trying to put this one away. Can Ori come from way out of it and get it? And look at Ori lifting, grandstand side, and gone. Ori has a 16th left to go, and in a flash, that was Flavien Prat with his 4th on the day. Ori, much the best. Blame It on KJ 2nd, pre-trial statement, and Sammy C-Note in 1 minute 43.51 seconds.
4 for Flavien Prat. And it looked like this horse was on the people mover down the stretch. Stretching back out, just dominates here in the finale.
Yeah, we're just going so much faster than everybody else. And, you know, Maggie was talking about how he's not that big, and it was evident because he has a just smaller stride than some of the others. And he was just going a mile a minute, covering up the ground on the outside, and was able to run down pace setter Pretrial Statement, who ran very well given the pressure that he did take, having to settle for third. Blame It on KJ belatedly made a little bit of a run to be second, but I mean, you know, we talk about how Flavien Prat is overbet, but at this rate, Greg, I guess just jump on the ride and enjoy it, as Flavien Prat just seems to be winning when he takes this kind of money.
3-5-7 in here. Nice call by Maggie on a horse who was a big price for a while. Looked like might actually break through in here. Winds up third late at 18-1, but this horse just, the jets turned on. This was easy. Doesn't even ask for anything.
I
Pratt.
know. Much the best for a horse that had been short prices in a lot of his starts, did not run well going long prior, and was making start number 10. I guess he found the right spot and the right rider.
Buck Butler homebred. We say that a lot on this program. For Mike Maker, who has a knack for getting horses to have new careers, turning into like marathon turfers, but makes the right call with this one stretching back out.
Yeah, not a marathon just yet, but was able to handle the mile and a 16th, clearly with no issue.
Ori, 10th time, breaks the maiden 4-win day for the reigning Eclipse Award winner. I asked this to Andy the other day, so I'll ask you, if we ended voting right now, who deserves the Eclipse Award for Outstanding Jockey?
I do think that it should go to Flavien Prat. He's had another exceptional year. I know Irad Ortiz is riding very, very well too, and has continued at a very high level, but it just seems that pretty much wherever Flavien Prat is, he wins races in bunches. And the big ones too.
He's winning even more than bunches since he's come back from the Breeders' Cup here to New York. It's been incredible what he's done. Ori gives Pratt his 4th on the afternoon, wins at 5-2. All the prices, payoffs in the late pick 5 and pick 6 when we come back.
John Gaines started this back in the 70s, had such stallions as Riverman, Sharpen Up, Bold Bitter, Leafard, Blushing Groom. I think our slogan says it best: power, passion, performance. We're looking to be a power in not only the breeding sector, but in the whole thoroughbred industry. You know, I think passion describes our team to the best. Mr. Beck and his family have owned this farm for almost 40 years. Brian Graves has been a part of this team for almost 20 years, myself here for 3 years, as we look to continue to grow. And I think performance describes our stallion roster perfectly, both at the racetrack and in the sales ring. And obviously, Tappet was a huge feather in the cap of the farm. He's done well for the last 20 years at stud. We have McKenzie with 5 Grade 1 stakes horses in his first crop. We have Drain the Clock and Olympiad with stellar sales results with our first crop yearlings. We were very excited this year. We brought 4 new stallions in. We had Grade 1 winner Tappet Tri, son of Tappet, another son of Tappet, Mandy Pope, homebred Charge It, Muth, son of Good Magic, only stallion retired this year in Kentucky that was a Grade 1 winner at 2 and 3, and followed it up with Preakness winner and Pennsylvania Derby winner Seize the Great. We were very excited to have a son of Arrogate. We were a big believer in that stallion. We bred to him several times. We're bringing Grade 1 winner Locked, son of Gun Runner, into the stallion roster for 2026. Grade 1 winner at 2 at Keeneland. Grade 2 winner at 3, defeating older horses in the Cigar Mile. Grade 1 winner this year at 4. You know, Brian Graves, Anthony Beck, myself, and the rest of the team here, we look for these horses that are going to hopefully be breed shapers and trying to continue to grow the stallion roster here at Gainesway.
Back with you on our Friday coverage, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. And what a performance by Ori in this finale, with Pratt really just having to be a passenger in there. This horse primarily has sprinted his entire career, 0 for 9 coming in, and then dominates stretching back out.
Just amazing. You know, sometimes we talk about races and you say, well, that horse was flying. He was literally flying late, came from last, and he did have some pace to run at, but he just was so much the best versus what he faced, and looked like he should have been an even shorter price that he went off at.
$7.60 for the victory. Are we turning the page? Pick 5, yes. $280. Pick 6, 3,000 plus. The man of the hour, 4-win day for the reigning Eclipse Award winner with Maggie.
It's Flavion's world, and we're just living in it as he gets his 4th win of the day. And Ori, as you were just saying to me, you probably coulda, shoulda, woulda won on him several starts ago when you lost by a head. But gosh, you had the right keys to the ignition as he just exploded through the lane today.
Yeah, no, honestly, he gave me a good run, like for this type of category. I thought it was when I tipped him out, he was running, yeah, for sure.
When you go into a card, obviously we've seen you have multiple win days quite frequently here. And your agent, Brad Pegram, doing a great job too. But, you know, when you do your homework for these races, how often do you feel like, well, I can win that race? Or is it just kind of a play it by ear type of thing?
Well, I do play by ear, but yeah, I mean, obviously you look at the form today and it felt like I had some good chances and horses that were legitimately, favorite. And so, yeah, I thought I had good chances and it was a good day.
I have a really random off-the-wall question for you. You're like, oh, God. But considering you come from a harness background, being someone that I've actually sat on a standardbred, and they're quite awkward to ride, have you ever ridden a standardbred in a race?
Yeah, I did when I was a kid. We used to do off-baiting races and for young kids before before we can get a license. So yeah, I did a few times. And I learned how to ride on standardbred, so yeah.
What's it like for people who don't know?
It's hard. It's physically it's very hard because when you ride, it's obviously very bouncy. So the legs it's very hard for my legs, but and it's a good education. You learn a lot about equipment and such. So no, it was a good learning.
Makes you a well-rounded horseman. Congratulations on another big day.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
And I'm sure that's where a lot of the success comes from, is Flavian knowing all aspects of all different kinds of horses, Greg.
Such an incredible talent. Here's the winning trip from Ori. He has no weaknesses in his game.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think even he looked a little bit surprised as to how impressive and how much this horse accelerated in the stretch. Ori stretching out in distance just came absolutely flying. Look at his little legs picking up the ground and able to accelerate away from his competition. So stretching out, breaking his maiden in start number 10. Today was the day. I give him credit for riding a standardbred in a race, by the way. That has to be tough. It's such a different gait than the thoroughbred, which is so much smoother.
$280 plus payout in this pick 5. If you had it, well done. Pretty formful. But got to take what you're given.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think for some, I mean, I know just because Pratt was aboard and in the day he was having, went off a short price, that would have been a tough one for some to have in here.
I know, I agree. I thought that Ori was a little bit of a stretching out, but turns out that was not the case at all.
Yeah, not at all.
Ride the wave.
Incredible how that horse ran going long. Good weekend coming up, and it's going to start right off the bat on our coverage on Saturday with that New York Stallion Series and that rematch between Bank Frenzy, Doc Sullivan. Take a look at the schedule we have coming up over the weekend. Boys in the Thunder Rumble. We'll see David Duggan's Sunday Girl odds on in that Staten Island in race 4 on the card. And then Sunday, a couple of stakes on the grass to close out, again, turf season here in New York. So let's start with the race that will begin things tomorrow. We actually come on at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. That's you, I'm assuming?
I'm reporting early.
Oh, no.
So it's you.
I got to go to bed early. Bank Frenzy, Doc Sullivan rematch. Bank Frenzy, better going longer. This was at 1 1/8 in that Empire Classic. But at 7/8, is it a big different story edge to Doc Sullivan or minor?
I think that they are both very good horses. Bank Frenzy has been able to win at a 1-turn mile, so maybe the 7/8 would be within his scope. And I think a lot of it has to do with the trip, too. The last time Bank Frenzy went 7 furlongs, he was on the rail, not a place where he likes to be. It was also a bit of a wet track, too. And for Doc Sullivan, going the 1 1/8, he ran very well, finishing 2nd that day. But he's such a high-energy horse and probably just stretching him a bit. Oh, maybe this 7 furlongs will be the great equalizer. I'd like to see them both go at it at 1 mile. Kind of in the middle for the two of them. That would be fun.
Yeah. When I see that, those last 2 7/8 races for Doc Sullivan. Grade 3 Vosburg, which was pretty tough grade 3.
Yeah.
And then the grade 1 Forgo ran very good in both. I mean, you look at those 2 races and just on paper, it seems like you give him the big edge.
Yes, I would certainly say that. But that being said, seen, as mentioned, Bank Frenzy run very well, going a bit shorter too. They're both talented horses. I think whoever gets the trip, the fact that Bank Frenzy is drawn inside Doc Sullivan, I think not really to his benefit.
Don't forget who's aboard Dr. Kraft too.
Yeah.
Flavia Pratt. Going to take more money than probably should, but a horse with obviously some credentials as well. That's going to kick off the card tomorrow. Again, 11:30 a.m. Eastern start time. It was Bourbon Day, one of 3 for Linda Rice. In the 4th, Jose Lezcano aboard like a Rolling Stone, stumbled out of the gate, still won under Christopher Elliott. And the rematch, Bank Frenzy, Doc Sullivan. They will go at it again in the Thunder Rumble. Sunday Girl, odds on for David Duggan in the Staten Island on our Saturday coverage. We'll see you early tomorrow. Take care.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Why do we do this? We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So your 3rd-generation business can become a 4th and 5th and 6th. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years, with thousands of fans cheering for horses and jockeys yet to come. That's why we come to work every day. Why we travel the world to bring home buyers. Invest in every race. Obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.